Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this meeting of the Northern Area Planning Committee on the 4th of August 2026. This is one of 3 area-based planning committees of Dorset Council. For the benefit of the public attending today or watching on the live stream, I am Councillor Richard Crabb, representing Sherborne West Ward, Chair of this committee. My Vice Chair is Councillor Carl Wood, Gillingham Ward. Members of the committee are Councillor Carl Wood, Councillor Barry Cooper, Winterbourne North, who has sent apologies for today, Councillor Alex Brenton, Litchett, the Travers and Upton, Councillor Sherry Jesperson, Ilford and Upper Towels, Councillor Carl Jones, Stirlingster Newton, Councillor Rory Major, Dorchester East, who has also sent apologies today, Councillor Val Apothecary, Gillingham, Councillor Belinda Rideout, Gillingham, and Councillor Les Fry, who has again sent apologies, Dorchester West, and Councillor Steve Mercer of Blackmore Vale Ward. For support, our Democratic officers today are John Miles and Louis Wicks, and being supported by Hannah Smith for planning, for legal by Lara Altry. We have Enrico Di Marino supporting us from highways. No, who is it today? I'm supported by phone today if we do need support from highways. Live streaming. The meeting is being live streamed and will be available to view on the council website afterwards. By attending this meeting, you consent to being filmed. Can I remind everyone that when you are speaking, please speak directly into the microphones so that you can be clearly heard and be seen. Please could I remind members about discussing applications with one another during any adjournments or even in quiet periods. We are aware that microphones will pick up conversations for them to be rebroadcasted later. The planning committee is not a public meeting, but a meeting to which the public is invited. All attendees must comply with the ruling of the chair. They must not interrupt the meeting nor cause undue disturbance. To support this, please switch off your mobile phones or select silent mode for the duration of the meeting. And those using Teams, please ensure that microphones are on mute and your device volume is set to 0 to maintain audio quality. I think it will be useful to explain the format of this meeting to members of the public. The committee is a structured meeting whose purpose is to decide planning applications. The way that it works is that there are 12 members, including the chair. Planning officers present planning applications to the members and to the public, along with a recommendation. After that, objectors, supporters, and applicants have strictly 3 minutes each to speak. Local ward members also have 3 minutes to speak. Once the public speaking is complete, members of the committee then ask mostly technical questions of the officer about the application. Once those are satisfied, we move on to the debate amongst the members. At the end, the vote is taken to determine the planning application. The nature of the meeting is that strictly no questions or interruptions may be made by anyone who are not on the committee. Also, no papers or evidence can be handed to the committee at any time. Just to remind everyone, those who have registered to speak in accordance with the speaking protocol will be invited to address the committee for a maximum of 3 minutes. No material is to be circulated to members of the committee. We have 3 planning applications to determine today. They are land off of Manston Road, Sturminster Newton. That's outline permission for 50 houses. Land at Claydale's Farm, Oakford Fitzpaine, for permission for 19 houses. Land south of Bivin, modification of section 106 legal agreement. For all applications, the case officer will be invited to present their report and recommendations. Speakers will be invited to speak either in favour or against the application. Committee members will be given the opportunity to ask questions of the planning officers before moving on to the debate. At the end of the debate, I will take the vote by a show of hands. The voting detail will be recorded in the minutes if 3 or more members make the necessary request. For each application, the case officer will be invited to present their report and recommendations. Next, I'll invite members of the public who have registered to speak to address the committee in the following order: public against, public in support, applicant or agent, town, parish council, board members. Each speaker has 3 minutes. When you come up to speak, please come to the small table at the front when I call your name. Sit down at the chair so that you are close to the microphone. Turn on the microphone by pressing the right-hand side button and press again to turn it off once finished. Please speak clearly. I'll give you a heads up when you have 30 seconds left of your 3 minutes. Following public speaking, the planning officers will have the opportunity to address any salient points they wish to clarify, and committee members will be given the opportunity to ask questions of planning officers before moving on to debate. When you go into councillor questions and debate, for the benefit of the public watching, can members please state their name and ward when addressing the meeting, always directing comments via the chair. At the end of the debate, I'll take the vote by a show of hands. Now I will start the agenda. Apologies. Councillor Barry Cooper, Rory Major and Les Fry have given their apologies for today. I don't believe there are anyone else. John? Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest or other conflict of interest, bias or predetermination? Members, if something should come up that you think we should declare, then please let me know during the meeting. Okay, the minutes of the last meeting. We do need to make a small change for the minutes of the meeting last held on the 30th of June 2026. On paragraph 2 on page 13, there's a small typo. It should read, if the use permanently ceased. It did read, if the use permanently deceased. Slight typo. Could members please, by a show of hands, indicate that this change is acceptable? Okay, thank you for that. And also, please let me show, by a show of hands, approve the minutes of the last meeting held on Tuesday, 30th of June 2026. Thank you very much. Public participation. Members of the public wishing to speak to the committee on a planning application should notify the Democratic Services Officer no later than 2 clear working days before the meeting. The deadline for this meeting was Friday, 31st of July at 8:30 a.m. Another question to members of the public is, are there any members of the public who are registered to speak who would like to speak now rather than when the application is heard? Okay, so take that as a no, and we'll hear speakers once the application has been presented. Okay, so we have 3 planning applications to consider, as I mentioned earlier. The first one is application number P/OUT/2025/06076. It's outline permission to erect 50 houses, including access, public spaces, and drainage off of Manson Road, Sturmess and Newton. This is to be presented by Rob McDonald. Rob, could you please go ahead?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. So yes, application is land of Manson Road and Sturmess in Newton. The erection of 15 dwellings, including public open space, drainage, and ancillary works. So I'll just start by running through some site context for you. Here's the 3.69 hectare greenfield site shaded red on the east side of Manson Road, situated outside adjoining the settlement boundary of Sturmess and Newton, shown by the black line. This is the location plan, shows the site more in context with the existing built form along Manson Road. These are both taken from within the site towards the southeast corner, looking back up the slope towards the existing houses along Manson Road. You can also see that the hedgerow on both sides of the site. So it's that hedgerow split the site, 2 portions. This is the photo from the southwest corner, looking down the slope towards the brook. There's a drop of around 20 metres west to east across the site. You get a sense of the vegetation around this part of the site, and you can hopefully look out that just make out the walked route here of the public footpath that crosses through the site. This is a photo from Manson Road, looking southwards. You can see the main proposed entrance point where the existing building is there. And this is the looking north along Manson Road, up towards where the secondary access point will be, around about here. The site is within the Limestone Hills landscape character area, that's the brown shaded area, and you've got the plain rail landscape character type in yellow joining on the east side of the brook. The boundary of the Dorset National Landscape, which is towards here, also in red, is about 4.3 kilometres to the southeast. Hamilton Hill here on the topographic feature, so we have to make out this photo here. Site shows the network of public rights of way around the town and beyond to the east. As mentioned, public footpath M537 runs through the site close to the southern boundary before crossing an existing bridge over the brook. You've also got the North Dorset Trailway passing within 600 metres to the south. The red line of the site excludes the adjacent fluvial flood zones 2 and 3. There's the blue shaded areas to see. And there's no high or medium surface water flood distance within the site again. Those are the blue lines following the brook course. The site does not contain any designated heritage assets, nor are there any within the immediate vicinity of the site. Both Littleford Manor, which is a Grade 1 listed building and a scheduled monument, and Littleford Mill, as a Grade 2 listed building, is around a kilometre to the southeast, around here. Further afield, beyond this more localised map, you've also got Hillport and Hamilton Hill, which is another scheduled monument within the landscape, is around 5 kilometres to the southeast. The application is an outline form with only the access to consider. This stage, the illustrative master plan now screen has been submitted with the application, just to give an idea of how the scheme of 50 dwellings can be accommodated on site using the access points to be considered. This master plan has informed other supporting information such as strategic planting, drainage strategy, and ecology parameters. Some sections of the committee report make reference to a dismiss appeal, which was issued in 2025 as a material consideration for the current application. On screen at the moment is the illustrative master plan from that appeal scheme. as well as you can see, very similar development. So I'm going to split between the two. Get an idea of oops, pretty much longer identical. But with this current application, there's a submission of a new LVIA and some accurate visual representations, AVRs, which provide a better understanding of the visual impact of the development, which you'll see a bit later on in this presentation. So these are the key planning considerations for this case. Without any chance of the committee report, the next series of slides will just summarise each of these. The time of previous field decision at the beginning of 2025, the council still has the annual position statement that confirmed council could demonstrate with 5 years it has a national position, and as such, the policy most important for determining the application was not out of date at that time. But the APS expired at the end of October last year. Just before this, the council published its latest 5-year housing land position statement, which confirms the council can now demonstrate a deliverable housing supply that's equivalent to 2.53 years. Clearly, position on housing land supply is different and serious. Accordingly, the FDPF dictates that housing policies within the local plan should be considered out of date now, that the filter balance and resumption in favour of sustainable development applies in decision making for housing proposals. As mentioned, the site lies beyond the settlement boundary of service needing, there will be a type of development that conflicts with the spatial strategy policy in the local plan. By understanding this, the Asian site would be a little over a kilometre to the town centre. Get a sense, it was on this map on the screen. It's actually site located closer to the town centre than some other existing parts of the town. And it's also in a position that's well located to other facilities or towards the north of the town, such as schools. So overall, it's basically a well located site relative to existing services facilities in the town. In terms of settlement pattern, the inspector dismissing the previous application recognised that the site would not infill a block between existing built form, it's not surrounded by the settlement boundary on 3 sides. So it wouldn't be perceived as rounding off or deleting the adjacent settlement. So it's exempted by others as that by development on the eastern side of Hanston Road. The proposal would intrude into open countryside. It would be at odds with this existing pattern of development in the Brixton and Eastern Fringe local area. As mentioned earlier, the site within the limestone hills, landscape character over Clay Vale joining on the east. A key characteristic of the limestone hills character type is distinctive settlement patterns along either ridges or on the side of slopes, slopes of ridges, sorry, and historically development in certain units focus mainly on this plateau position of the landscape. Only inspected for the previous application also recognised that the town, although primarily a plateau settlement, also has some development on slopes on parts of the southern and western side, so it demonstrates recognisable characteristics of both the plateau and hanging settlements, which lie overlay in the limestone hills character area. So in terms of landscape character impact, the inspector concluded that the previously proposed development would conflict with the established character that would result in an intrusion built form and would erode the eastern edge of the settlement, cause some significant landscape harm and erodes the character of the Brixton and Eastern Fringe character area, and that mitigation will be able to address that. However, on this occasion, the council's landscape officer considers that as currently proposed, the adverse landscape effects of the development would not be significant enough to warrant a landscape objection. Policy 2 of the neighbourhood plan for Service Eaton states that development should not be supported if it would adversely affect views from Hamilton Hill, the main approach roads to the town, or routes and spaces identified in Backstreet, which are specific factors in the neighbourhood plan. Manston Road walks one of these main approach roads into the town. As you can see from this street view photo from the entrance to the side open, an uninterrupted plain vale landscape can be appreciated without the hill forming prominent feature further in the distance. But as the inspector noted, retained hedging would screen most development from pedestrian eye level roads, with only the routes of housing closest to the highway being visible. The only exception to this would be the proposed entrance point, such as this photo location, where receptors would see a substantial magnitude change existing on both buildings and roads. These views would be localised only and taken over parts of the scheme. The inspector in the brief will deem this to amount to only a moderate after visual effect rather than significant. Another route identified in the map 9 of the neighbourhood plan is the public footpath passing through the southern and the sun. You can see it on both of the examples. From here, the centres would, as you probably tell, through an immediate landscape that would be largely dominated by development. However, the inspector in the previous appeal considered that given the existing hedge bisecting the site here would remain, the piece of proposed additional planting which would prevent many views of the proposed development across the site. The inspector considered the overall effect of development on users of this footpath would again be moderate rather than major adverse. Over to the elevated position of the site relative to the River Valley floodplain, close and middle distance views of the site are possible from footpaths towards the east of the site. For example, this photo on screen is from footpath N4518 back towards the site across the bridge over the brook. Back here. So whilst there's some field value vegetation provides several layers of screening from some views, other views such as this one from public footpath N4519 provide more open and unscreened views of most of the site. Site is here, see that pointer, and its neighbouring sloping land forward. Inspectors also accepted that given the separation and intervening existing vegetation views from the trailway, which is where this image is taken from, relatively filtered, where the site only forms a small part of the far right view, so as such, there's only a minor adverse visual impact from here. Overall, in terms of visual impact, the inspector concluded that due to the combination of landform, existing screening, the ability to separate proposed housing on the site with areas of green space and landscape mitigation, the identified moderate adverse visual effects would be localised only, therefore not cause a significant adverse visual effect. The next set of slides will be some accurate visual representations, ADRs, that have been submitted with the current classification, taken from particular viewpoints to the east of the site. So this is one from footpath N4519, shows the existing visual effect. So the site is here, see the pointer. This is the same view with an ADR of development at year 1. So, and then this is the same view at year 15. So the site, so as you can see from here, mitigation from additional linear planting through the site based on the indicative layout with softened views of housing and reduce the visual impact to minor adverse only. This is an existing viewpoint a bit further south along the same footpath looking towards the site here and properties on Manston Road. Same view here at year 1 and then here. And then at year 15, where you can see the effects that the strategic planting would have over time to mitigate visual impact. This is an existing viewpoint along the trailway to the southeast. So you can't really make out here on the next one. See the spot is here. Existing build form just there. That's like year 1. And year 15 from this point along the trailway, you never see potentially increasing planting just here. Based on the information submitted with the current application, the Council Landscape also considers that the proposed development would be unlikely to cause a significant adverse visual effect, given the mitigation proposed and evidenced by these ADRs or proposed development, so such as no landscape or visual objections to the proposed development site. Given there would be some 5 kilometres of separation from Appleton Hill along with intervening vegetation and built form, it remains accepted that the proposed development would not adversely affect the landscape character and setting of the Dorset National Landscape. Moving on to Thomas drainage now, as the top left plan shows the fluvial flood zones 2 and 3 associated with Sugar Brook was not encroached into the site. The bottom left plan also shows that no surface water flood issues are present on site or would be in the future with climate change. The map on the right shows that there is a strip of land running through the middle of the site that has been identified as potentially susceptible to groundwater flooding. However, during the course of the previous appeal, the lead local flood authority accepted that evidence provided by the applicant showed that groundwater was not encountered until at least 1.4 metres below ground, which indicated that risks for groundwater flooding are low in reality, and this remains the case and accepted by the local flood authority. In terms of drainage strategy, there's 2 above ground attenuation basins proposed as per the previous application, and this remains acceptable. The proposed strategy would attenuate surface water runoff discharge to the brook in accordance with the drainage hierarchy. There'll also be permeable paving within all private driveways and parking areas. So this indicative proposed drainage strategy has been considered by the LLFA, who have withdrawn any previous holding objections raised and recommended the standard conditions regarding that applying the Lovey's drainage scheme. As per the previous application, the proposed drainage strategy involved the site draining via a gravity sewer into a pumping station towards the southern boundary. The final reception of that pumping station proposed to reserve out the stage would need to ensure that it wouldn't block the pumping footpath running through the site. There then be a rising main, which would then provide a pump connection out to the closest western water foul sewer on Madison Road. The XRA submitted the application confirms there's capacity to receive the pump connection, and that pump connection can be agreed by an application directly with the water. The previous application concluded that the development would cause no harm to any designated heritage assets within proximity of the site. The inspector, in making his decision, effectively agreed, including that there would be a negligible effect on the setting of the Barrow and Hill House and Filford Mill, given separation and intervening plant screening. There'd be no adverse event to the setting of Camden Hill. So as such, it's maintained that there's no harm to be caused to the significance of any designated heritage assets as a result of the development. The existing access into the site would be upgraded to service the primary route serving the scheme. That's on the left-hand side plan there. As the middle plan shows, a secondary access point of Madison Road is also proposed again at the northern end, showing to serve potentially up to 5 dwellings. Both access points will be positioned in exactly the same points along Madison Road as previously proposed, accepted by the Highway Authority. The Highway Authority again accepted that visibility slaves for both accesses would meet the guidance provided by Manual for Streets. Shown on the right hand side plan and sweat hard analysis confirms that the new junction could be safely navigated by large surface vehicles. The uncontrolled crossings proposed at each of the access points, enabling connection to the existing pavement on the west side of Manston Road, and thereafter they'll be linked through to the recreation ground and active travel routes into the town centre. The details of those crossings can be secured on condition to ensure they're suitable for all users. Based on the information submitted, there's no highway objections raised by the Highway Authority. To support the application, the applicant has submitted an ecological impact assessment, ECIA, and ecology parameters plan. The proposal would result in the loss of some priority habitat hedgerows along the access to the site of Madison Road and access to dwellings in southern field within the site. However, given that would result in an increase in the planting of native hedgerow within the site, the council's natural environment team are accepting this loss. The CIA captures suggested mitigation and enhancement measures, which include protective fencing, landscape buffers, sensitive lighting, implementation of back boxes, bird boxes, hedgerow holes, bee bricks, attenuation basin, grass planting, and other native planting. The required ecology buffers are captured in the ecology practice plan shown on the left side of the slide, and that form part of the condition, bringing a list of significant plans. The elements of agricultural impact assessment sets out how retained trees and hedgerows in and around the site will be protected during the course of construction works. And thereafter, the tree constraints plan on the right of this slide identifies the location of 2 protected bottle trees, which are actually identified with black bottle trees, as well as their root protection area and the extent of protective measures around these trees. Given the potential impact on the root protection area of these protected trees, could identify the layout within the southeast corner of the scheme, when devised and reserve actor stated to consider the appropriate imposing conditions recommended by the tree officer, which includes finalised agricultural method statement, tree protection plan, the necessity for a meeting between prospective agricultural specialists, and hand-dug excavations within land properties to determine the presence or absence of tree roots. The application is once again outlined for the full extent of the impact on residential mean can be fully realised until the reserve active stage, when the scale and layout will be considered in more detail. Since scale and layout of the scheme, we need to carefully consider the impact upon properties to the north and south of Shirlington and Tuscans, as well as houses lying on the west side of Madison Road. A scheme would need to be devised to ensure that overbearing this loss of land, loss of light, and loss of privacy could be avoided. The illustrative master planner's agreement indicates that this is likely to be achievable, so it remains that the impact on a community would not be significantly harmful. That is not provided in the detailed assessment of the agricultural land conservation for society, but the natural impact thing, which was agreed, is the identified sites of the River Valley area as great for land. So therefore, development is not going to result in loss of best and most versatile agricultural land. Outcome would provide 40% policy compliant provision of affordable housing rating to 20 dwellings. This has been drafted into the section 106. There's on-site and off-site obligations, financial contributions required to make the proposed development acceptable, and sharing experience for us. And these will also be secured through the legal agreement to ensure compliance with policies 13, 14, 15 of the local plans. Planning balance. Given the council's currently calendar ready for enhancing the land supply, paragraph 11D of the NPPF and the tilted balance presumption in favour of sustainable development is engaged with no strong reasons to refuse planning permission under paragraph 11DI of the NPPF that follows that. Paragraph 11DII is engaged whereby planning permission should be granted unless any adverse impact of doing so with significantly and demonstrably outweigh benefits when assessed against the policies in the framework application as a whole. Particular regard must be given to key policies for directing development to sustainable locations, making effective use of land, securing well-designed places, and providing all components. The proposal would conflict with the local plan spatial strategy for housing development, which weighs against the granting of plan permission. However, given the council's 5-year housing land supply position, the fact that the site is on the edge of one of the 4 main towns in the local plan area, and well located services and facilities, only very limited weight to be given to this conflict. Neutral weight given to the fact that the proposed development would not harm any heritage assets. The fact that adverse landscape impacts would not be significant. It would not cause a severe impact on highway safety, not harm biodiversity or protected trees, not cause adverse neighbouring community impacts, not result in the loss of less and adverse agricultural land, not cause any flood risks with a central effective drainage strategy. Weighing significantly in favour of granting planning permission is the provision of up to 50 houses making an effective use of land. Included is a policy compliant figure of affordable housing, which is also afforded significantly. Although there will be some landscape character harm, the landscape officer is satisfied that the visual impact of the development can be mitigated, but not be a defendable reason to refuse the application. This, along with the provision of on-site public open space, including space for play area, as well as financial contributions towards infrastructure, economic benefits from construction, jobs, supply chain, local expenditure, can all be afforded if moderate remains in favour of granting planning permission. It is therefore considered that there are no adverse impacts that would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of the proposed development. Number of conditions appropriate for an outline permission are recommended, as summarised on the screen, detailed in full at the end of the committee report. Proposed benefits from the NPPS presumption in favour of sustainable development as a primary recommendation to grant planning permission subject to conditions and completion of the Section 106 agreement. Should the legal agreement not be completed within 6 months, or an appropriate extended time that may be agreed, the second recommendation would be to refuse planning permission. So read on screen. That's the end of my presentation, Chair.
Thank you, Rob. We have 5 speakers in total. We'll have 3 minutes each to speak. 3 in objection, 1 agent, and 1 for the parish council, town council. Public and objection. We have 3 speakers. Please can I call the first, Richard Nye, speak. Richard, you have 3 minutes, and I'll give you heads up when you have 30 seconds there.
Thank you. Chairman, members, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Having lived on Manston Road for a quarter of a century, I have first-hand experience of how this road works every day, in all seasons, and at all times of the day. I'm not asking you to reject this application because I oppose change. I'm asking whether anyone has assessed how this stretch of road will actually function once an additional 50 new families are living there. My concern is how a number of features interact within the same very short section of Manston Road and how they could impact the dynamic of an already busy route. Firstly, the proposal introduces a new junction serving 50 homes. Directly opposite that junction, there are at least 2 existing residential driveways. Beside those driveways is a footpath leading to the recreation ground, the nearest large play area for the 50 new families. The estate's main pedestrian crossing point must also be located within this junction box because there can be no footway on the eastern side of Manston Road. Everything happens in one small space, and residents have repeatedly asked one simple question throughout this application: has anyone assessed how all of those movements will operate together? Standing at the proposed main junction, it is immediately apparent that drivers leaving existing homes, vehicles entering the new estate, pedestrians crossing the road, and traffic approaching from both directions will all interact within a remarkably confined space. Secondly, there is concern around the proposed secondary access and pedestrian crossing. It joins Manston Road opposite a second entrance to the Rixon Recreation Ground. Following the tragic death of a child on this spot in 1982, North Dorset District Council permanently altered this section of road to improve pedestrian safety, including a protective pedestrian railing at the footpath entrance. Those measures remain in place to this day because this has been long recognised as a sensitive location. Thirdly, anyone who regularly drives this road knows that vehicles approaching from Shaftesbury appear over the brow of the hill only moments before reaching this crossing point. Yet residents have been unable to find any assessment of how this proposed access junction would operate beneath the blind brow of the hill. the recreation ground crossing point, and the turning movements into Shepherd's storage yard. This matters because the applicant's own traffic survey recorded every surveyed vehicle travelling above the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit, with typical traffic speeds of around 36 to 37 miles per hour and numerous vehicles travelling at more than 50 miles per hour. These figures are not residents' opinions, these are the applicant's own evidence.
30 seconds
Over
left.
the last quarter of a century, I've observed an increase in farm, vehicle, lorry and HGV usage. To the best of my knowledge, no vehicle type assessment has been carried out on the road, and this linked with the recorded traffic speed survey figures is of great concern to residents. I respectfully ask that members satisfy themselves that this road has been properly assessed as local people experience it every day, not simply as a series of separate highway features. Ultimately, planning is not about whether something can be engineered, it is about whether it is in the right place. And I respectfully ask whether enough
Okay, thank you. Your 3 minutes are up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Now, Laura Hitchcock, who's speaking on behalf of Manston Residents Association. Thank you, Laura. You have 3 minutes and I'll give you a 30 seconds heads up.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today on behalf of the Manston Road Residents Association. Residents understand Dorset's need for new homes. Our objection is not to housing, it's whether this particular site is the right place and whether the evidence before you justifies reaching a different conclusion from the independent planning inspector just 18 months ago. The officer's report itself identifies many of the concerns raised by residents. It accepts that the proposal conflicts with the development plan. There will be landscape harm. It recognises the national importance of the 2 native black poplars, and it records the site's drainage and groundwater constraints. Those harms are not in dispute. The question is whether they are outweighed. Members may therefore wish to ask what has materially changed. For almost 50 years, this land has repeatedly been found unsuitable for housing. Appeals were dismissed in 1978, 1995, and again just last year, because development of this site would substantially harm the eastern edge of Stonks and Newton. Today, you're considering materially the same proposal on the same undeveloped hillside, outside the settlement boundary, with the same access and the same layout. Neither the site nor the landscape has changed. The landscape officer still accepts the development would erode the clearly defined eastern edge of the settlement. The difference is simply the weight now given to that harm. Mitigation planting may soften views. It cannot recreate an undeveloped hillside. Secondly, residents have repeatedly asked where the operation of these junctions has been assessed as they will actually function. At the principal access, 50 homes, 2 existing driveways, the estate's only pedestrian crossing, and the main route to the playground all converge within one short stretch of road. The second proposed access point is below a blind summit, at a point already holding safety measures following the death of a child in 1982, and where the applicant's own survey recorded every vehicle exceeding the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. Before approving a permanent new access, members should be satisfied that the assessment reflects how this road actually operates, not simply that individual design standards can be met. Members are being asked to make a permanent decision about a permanent landscape. That decision should be based on whether this is the right place for development, not simply on the current housing land supply position. The proposal before you is substantially the same development on substantially the same site, supported by substantially the same evidence as the scheme dismissed just 18 months ago. We therefore ask, apart from Dorset's housing land supply, what has materially changed about this site? And if the honest answer is nothing of significance, we respectfully ask whether the evidence before you justifies departing from almost 50 years of remarkably consistent planning decisions.
30 seconds, Laura. Have you finished? Okay, thank you very much. Could I now ask for Ms. Hitchcock to speak?
Chairman, members, thank you for allowing me to speak. Like many residents, I understand that Stonks and Newton need to play its part, providing new homes. We already have at least 4 major housing developments underway, with further growth planned through both the neighbourhood plan and Dorset Council's emerging local plan. My concern today is not whether we need housing, it's whether this particular challenging site has been shown to be suitable for it. What worries me is this application has evolved, the site has become more complicated rather than less. Instead of reducing uncertainty, each revision has introduced further engineering and raised further questions. The Council's own report identifies this area of high surface water flood risk and the highest category of groundwater emergence. In simple terms, That means groundwater can lie on or extremely close to the surface and may emerge, flow across the land and collect in lower areas. That's not my description, it's the Dorset Council's own evidence. Although the drainage design has changed significantly, the understanding of groundwater beneath the site relies on a single investigation undertaken during the height of a very hot summer in 2021. The previous planning inspector recognised the limitations of that evidence when considering groundwater conditions. Despite the increasing importance of groundwater for the engineering design, no equivalent winter groundwater investigation has ever been undertaken. I therefore remain unconvinced that the evidence before you reflects how the site behaves throughout the year. Members may therefore wish to ask the simple question: do we actually know what the site's maximum winter groundwater levels are? My concern is reinforced by something else that only came to light just recently and has been mentioned already. Two trees described as simply poplars are now known to be nationally significant female black poplars among Britain's rarest trees. Their long-term survival is closely linked to surrounding hydrology and wet conditions, yet they sit immediately beside the proposed sewage pumping station and its access road, below a development that depends on extensive drainage infrastructure, groundwater interception, and engineered water management. None of us suggests that anyone intended to overlook their significance, but the discovery demonstrates that the important information about this site has continued to emerge throughout the application process. Ultimately, outline permission is about deciding whether a site is suitable in principle. I simply ask whether that decision can be properly made before we fully understand the site's groundwater behaviour, before we know the long-term implications of two nationally significant black poplars, and while important information has continued to emerge throughout the application process. If uncertainty remains, I respectfully question whether this application has reached the point where her planning permission can be granted with confidence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I shall now ask the agent to speak, Alan Williams. We're speaking on behalf of the applicant. Go ahead.
Morning, Chair and members. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the applicant. We appreciate this proposal has generated a number of objections. These are entirely understandable and have been carefully considered throughout the determination of this application. Planning decisions must, however, be based on the evidence before you and the planning policy context that exists today. Dorset Council can currently only demonstrate 2.53-year housing supply. Policies most important for determining application are therefore out of date, and the presumption in favour of sustainable development and a tilted balance is engaged. This proposal would provide up to 50 new homes, including a policy-compliant 40% affordable housing provision, alongside public open space, biodiversity enhancements, and significant financial contributions towards local infrastructure. These are substantial public benefits that attract significant weight in the planning balance. We recognise the concerns raised by local residents in the Town Council, but it is also important to distinguish between matters raised through public representations and the professional conclusions reached by your council's strategy consultees. Highway safety has been fully assessed by the Highways Authority, who raised no objection and conclude that the residual impacts of the development would not be severe. This was also the case by the inspector previously. Flood risk and drainage have been considered by both the lead local flood authority and the Environment Agency. They are both satisfied that the proposal is acceptable, subject to appropriate planning conditions. Similarly, ecology, trees, and residential amenity have all been assessed by the relevant technical consultees, none of whom have raised objections that would justify refusal. Landscape has understandably been a key consideration through the planning history of this site. We fully acknowledge the previous appeal decision, and this application has, however, been supported by substantially more detailed landscape evidence, including an updated landscape and visual impact assessment, which has enabled the landscape impacts to be assessed in far greater detail. Having considered that evidence, the Council's own landscape officer concludes that whilst development will inevitably alter the existing settlement edge, the resulting landscape effects are not significant enough to warrant an objection, and that the visual impacts can be appropriately mitigated. That professional assessment is an important material consideration before you today. It is also worth remembering that this is an outline application.
30 seconds.
With the exception of access, all matters remain reserved. The detailed elements of the proposal will be subject to further scrutiny at the reserved matters stage. Your officers have undertaken a thorough assessment of the proposal and conclude that the acknowledged adverse impacts do not significantly demonstrably outweigh the benefits, in the context of a significant housing land supply shortfall and therefore recommend approval. We respectfully ask members to support the officer recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Could I now please ask Councillor Andrew Donaldson to speak, representing Sturminster Newton Town Council?
Morning, Chairman, morning, councillors. So here we are again, 2 years on from the last application. What has changed? I submit nothing whatsoever. Indeed, there is an argument to suggest that this is an even worse application than the previous one. I accept that today's application is to assess entrance onto the site. By implication, if you grant this application, then you are granting development of the site. There have been a number of objections to this application. I'm not going to go through them, there isn't the time. All I will say is that the Town Council is fully supportive of all the points that have been made. I will just mention the road implications. We are particularly concerned, especially traffic coming from the north. There is, as been said, sadly a history of fatality to pedestrians. This will do nothing to mitigate the risk. What I really want to touch on, however, is the neighbourhood plan, of which mention has been made, a plan that is in force till 2030. The plan is quite clear. I quote, land east of Manston Road is considered unsuitable for further development, particularly because of the topography, making it difficult for landscaping to soften the visual impact of building in the extensive wider views. I submit that the planned mitigation in this case is not sufficient or anywhere near sufficient to mitigate the view. I can see no reason at all why to grant this application following the previous refusal. Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you very much. With officers, I'd come back and address any salient points that's being made by speakers.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mainly on the highway matters, but I know that's a concern for the living residents in particular. We did have some ongoing conversations with Highway Authority about this, because there were lots of representations about it, but we have been reassured from Highway Authority that for this scale of predicted trips can be accommodated safely with existing highway capacity. They're satisfied the transport assessment has been appropriately assessed, the development's impact on the highway network, and that the junctions which materially affected by the proposal. Ultimately, there's no highway safety or capacity concerns that have been raised or identified by the authority that would warrant an objection. There was a concern about the driveways opposite. However, as I said, a new junction opposite private driveway is not in itself a highway safety issue. Driveways are likely to experience infrequent vehicle movements, but provided the new access achieves the appropriate visibility, stays and complies with the Magnificent Street principles, it's an acceptable form from a highway perspective. It wasn't raised clearly that there was sort of no highway issue flagged by the inspector in the appeal, so it was accepted with the last application as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just got one more thing to add over the Highway Authority. Just to reassure that the baseline traffic surveys are undertaken to establish existing traffic conditions and the 85th percentile vehicle speeds on Manston Road. The disability schemes have been designed based on these survey schemes and were assessed by the Highway Authority's engineers being commensurate with prevailing traffic conditions and suitable to support a safe access arrangement in this instance. Thank you.
Can I just update that? I think there was a new speed survey carried out for this current application, which I think found that speeds were a bit lower than last time they did them, but the applicants kept the same visibility displays just for consistency and sort of a bit of a worst case scenario.
Thank you. Number of speakers made points about pedestrian crossing. Do you believe that those concerns have been adequately addressed?
Yeah, I mean, again, thank you, Chair. They weren't raised previously. The same is proposed with the current application to the Highway Authority. We'd have looked at that as well and considered whether that was safe with visibility, with the speed to the roads as well. In terms of the design of that, we can control by conditions to make sure they're appropriate with drop curves and tactile paving, that sort of thing. So, yeah, no highway issues raised with the crossing points.
Okay, thank you. So now go to questions from members. Could I please ask Carol Jones, board member, Mr. Newton, to speak?
Thank you so much. I've got a few points. I'll go through them one by one and stop three. The inspector dismissed a near identical 52 dwelling scheme on this same site in January of last year. And even then he found that the development would cause significant adverse impacts on landscape character and would be discordant with the existing settlement pattern. At that appeal, Dorset had a 5-year land supply. So can I just be absolutely clear why a scheme the inspector himself called harmful last year should now be approved essentially on the single change in the housing supply figures, because nothing about the landscape has changed in any shape or form. So are we simply looking at that one aspect of the land supply? I've got more, so one at a time, yeah.
Okay.
Shall I?
Yeah.
Okay, I have to bother to come in at some point because the landscape, there's a bit of a difference with the information that's provided with this one. So it's a different LBIA and there's these accurate visual representations were part of the previous application. So there's more information provided which Colin looked at and assessed. Yeah, how the land supply position has changed as well. So that's when the filter patterns gets engaged. But in terms of the landscape considerations, I'll ask Colin whether he has any particular views on the two of them.
Sure. It's notable that we're talking mainly about visual impact, that the inspector didn't see visual impact of the development as significant. What he concluded was that the impact on the character, so the landscape impact, would be significant. I disagree with the inspector based on the findings of the LBIA and also the methodology set out in the guidance for landscape and visual impact assessment 2013. So, in my opinion, Chair, to give a brief overview of how the guidance works, how the methodology works, it may not be on pause. And maybe you think I should give a brief overview of how it works. That would be helpful. Okay. So, how landscape assessment works is that landscape people who view the landscape are seen as receptors. So the landscape can be a receptor in certain lines. We can put the people who are receptors with a visual immunity to one side because the inspector found that wasn't significant. So looking at the impact on landscape character, the impact is based on sensitivity and magnitude, coming to a view on significance. Sensitivity is based on susceptibility of the receptor, in this case the landscape character, to accommodate a particular development without undue negative consequences. And also the value of the landscape. All landscapes are valuable, but some are more valuable than others. And the value is based on things like designations, dorsal national landscape, etc. So in this particular instance, looking at the LPIA, I see at best, or worst, depending on how you view it, the susceptibility of the landscape to be at best moderate, and the value of the landscape at best will be moderate, which will give you a sensitivity, taking those two things into account, to have a moderate sensitivity to the development proposed. In terms of magnitude, magnitude is a measure of the size and scale, the geographical extent, the duration, and the reversibility. Well, in terms of developments, 50 houses is not enormous, it's not small, it's not enormous, so I would say it's moderate. In terms of extent, I would say that the extent compared to the sounding of services is moderate. And all the way through, so I get to the point where there is a moderate sensitivity, a moderate magnitude. And those two things give you significance that's moderate. Now, generally, significant adverse impacts that are major moderate are seen as significant. Ones that are moderate are generally seen as not reaching the threshold of significance. So it's not significantly adverse. So does it have an adverse impact on the landscape? Yes, it does. All development by its nature does on the site. On the wider landscape, does it not fit the characters it's done out of people will know it's a moderate adverse impact, and therefore I do not think it reaches the level of significance necessary to raise a landscape objection.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jones, if you'd like to come back.
No, thank you. I think the trouble is moderate is still very unacceptable to the residents that live in the area. Can I ask, the two poplars there, they are female poplars apparently, which are very, very rare. There's only 630 of them in the country. It is recommended that there should be a boundary, well, of a minimum of 20 metres, but preferably 40 metres around so that the root network is protected. How far away with the sewage and the pumping and the pipes, etc., needed from the root network of the poplars, or is that something that would come under reserve matters? I'm not sure.
Thank you. So yeah, that's something we would consider a reserve matter. So the condition, one of the conditions that's been recommended is a meeting with the agricultural specialists, and because of the root protection area of those black poplars, and there's some literature that says about it being 40. We spoke to our tree officer and they didn't actually find they could corroborate that.
Between 20 and 40.
The potential it could be as little as 15, which I think is in the report. So because there's sort of a bit of uncertainty, that's why it was felt appropriate to have a condition about hand dug excavation within the black root protection area, just to see the present ground of roots, really just to establish actually are they going further than perhaps they could see, or what direction are they, and how it might affect the final layout. So that's why the condition is recommended, just to help inform a layout at the seventh stage.
Okay, thank you. And on the biodiversity net gain, only 9% apparently is achievable on this site against the 10% statutory requirements. Are we just hoping for changes at reserve matters, and is this an aspiration, or can we secure that by condition? What happens if they don't achieve a minimum of 10%?
Yeah, that was, thank you, Councillor. That was something picked up by our natural environment team, who did know that it was just fractionally below 10%, but they felt confident that a scheme could be worked to reach that 10% threshold. But again, that's something that reserve matters that can be realised.
Right, thank you. And as far as the Sturminster Newton neighbourhood plan, what weight is given to that, being that this is outside of the settlement boundary? How much weight does that actually carry? And is the fact that the plan is over 5 years old, does that go against this application?
It still carries weight. I think the age of it will reduce its weight somewhat. It is 5 years old, so paragraph 14 DPF triggers about it being engagement towards balances doesn't apply. There are housing allocations in the plan. This obviously isn't one of them, but there are other policies which are still material and given weight, and I've hopefully covered those in the committee report.
Thank you. And finally, before I pass over to my colleagues, who I'm sure want to jump in, there aren't any one-bed homes at all, despite our council's own housing register showing serious demand. Is this something that we can push for, or I just think that it's, I mean, at the moment, in the DT10 postcode, there are 322 homes currently for sale. Our building sites have actually stopped building in some areas because there is no demand. And it just, I don't know, it just worries me that we're just building up houses that aren't being sold and we're not getting the right mix of housing either. So I just wonder what your thoughts are on no one-bed houses. Thank you.
No one-bed houses or more.
No, there's no one-bed
No
houses.
one-bed. Yeah, the mix hasn't been finalised at this point in time because it's just outlined, so the housing mix can be looked at at a certain stage as well. So if it's about that, it obviously would have to be policy compliant as close to it as possible. If there's any deviation from that, we'd have to look at that on a case by case basis. But we consult with the housing management team as well about whether any more housing would be appropriate to have one-bed houses rather than flats. So it's just something that we can look at at a stage.
I pass to my colleagues.
Okay,
For the moment.
right, let's do it for the moment. Thank you. Could I please ask Councillor Rideout to speak?
Chairman, Belinda Rideout, Billingham Ward. I just firstly like to say, it's disappointing we haven't got representative from highways here, giving these two access points. I am concerned about these access points because there's no footway on the eastern side of Manston Road. So everyone coming out has to cross the road by foot at both these access points. And I'm particularly concerned about the northern access coming from the Shaftesbury Road. We've heard from the resident Mr. Nye of his concerns that on the ground it isn't safe. And I am really concerned about the safety, not about the number of trips, but the safety and particularly of pedestrians on this site. First question. And secondly, a resident also brought up about groundwater assessment. Has a recent groundwater flooding assessment been carried out? Probably not now, it's not the best time, but in the wetter months. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, sorry, that was the one from highways and we do have our highways team leader contactable via phone if anything comes up. I know some sickness, which meant that the officer was intended to attend, couldn't attend, so apologies for that. So I understand the concerns. I have had some information for you just on the uncontrolled pedestrian crossing that has been looked at by highways, and their advice is that it's considered appropriate at this location, the uncontrolled pedestrian crossing that we provided through tactile paving in an appropriate safe location with appropriate visibility, and it will be delivered in accordance with the highway authority's adoptable standards and approval requirements. We did have a previous question also about whether there's two accesses proposed. This is only indicative at this point, so we are considering two accesses. What those accesses serve is not known yet because the layout is indicative. So we have the question raised and highways looked at this. They basically have said that sorry. If there was a single access proposed, so you didn't have to necessarily construct both, but they have the option to, would there be a problem with a single access to the proposal, so just one main access? And highways have confirmed that from a highway perspective, a single access would likely to be acceptable in principle, and would not be expected to result in a detrimental impact on highway safety, provided it's designed to the appropriate standards and achieves required visibility displays and important management for streets. And for this scale of development, projected trips can be accommodated safely within the highway network. However, we are considering 2 accesses, and this is also considered to be acceptable. So I think the point is that the final highway configuration will have to be delivered through the layouts and the further details and reserve matters. But the access points in terms of pedestrian and vehicle accesses, as proposed, are considered to have been fully assessed and are considered to be safe. So there's no defendable highway reason in relation to pedestrian or highway safety impacts. It's also material that this application wasn't refused last time on this point, and the inspector considered this and it wasn't raised as an issue in the previous appeal. So that is the Highway Authority advice that we've been given on the application in terms of safety. We don't have any evidence that we could cite in relation to highway safety impacts that would be adverse or unacceptable.
Okay.
The groundwater, that's okay. Yeah. So the Urban Flood Authority, obviously, with the flood risk assessment, I think it's been revised during the course of the application as well. They would have looked at all of those flood risk assessments, considered everything in there, and raised any potential objections, which they have withdrawn their objections over the course of the application. The groundwater, yeah, so with the appeal, it was there was some further evidence which the applicants have done, which indicated it was 1.4 meters below ground before they reached groundwater. I think they only time of year in the FRA, it's August, I think, they did the groundwater monitoring. But they might say it's only with about the winter if there was infiltration, if infiltration was proposed, it's also ways. But because that had been ruled out, they didn't need to do any monitoring over the winter. So it was the attenuation phase that were proposed. So it's been thoroughly considered by the local flood authority in their accepting what's going on.
Councillor Rideout.
The answers. I'm still not convinced with the accesses. I don't think maybe enough has been looked into those with the local knowledge. And that's important because it's important to them, it's important to us. So I'm not totally convinced.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brenton.
Whoops. Thank you, Chair. Councillor Brenton, which is East Junction, which is not North Dorset, accept, but I have other very similar cases in my area which I've looked at. I've got an awful lot of comments, so I'm trying to bring it down to actual questions at this point. I follow up with Councillor Ridout's comments about groundwater emergence. Were there any visual records kept of the situation on this field in February when Storm Chandler came through and virtually everywhere flooded? And I would have thought, because it is actually quite a steep field, photographs, as we all know, anyone who takes a photograph with a phone knows it tends to flatten the topography. So a hill never looks like a hill, it just burns nothing. So when you look at this, I'm looking at slide 25 and 26, the difference between them. It looks as though it's just a slight gentle movement. And, you know, you can't see anything much, can you? But this is a few hundred yards away. And you know that when you look at something with your eyes, as opposed to the camera lens, it will get much further forward. You focus on what you see. That is what people see. It's not as though you're making pictures for a calendar. So a lot of emphasis has been put on these, whatever they call local character landscape impact assessments. I'm like, other people might say that you can fake the photograph because of the perspective. They're not fake, but they aren't what people see. So I query how much emphasis we put on those. I have a question around black populace. Lovely to know there's two female parkings there. Has anybody assessed with the males are? Without a male, they're going to have trouble in the future, aren't they? I know there are some down in sort of Shillingsford area, but I'm not sure about locally. It would be nice to have seen an assessment of that. So granddaughter, black poplars, I distrust these sort of composite photographs, personally. Bring it back to the two accesses, because we are talking about an house, we're talking about two accesses. They're not really, are they? One, on the indicative plan, one is an access to a Glenfield, and one is an access to everything else. There doesn't appear to be any join up between them. So, in case of serious issues, you know, fire, ambulance not being able to get through, roads becoming impassable because of sheet runoff water, there's no other way out, apart from if you're in the rather nice 5 houses up top. That is not two accesses, that's two different developments. So I want to know what happens with that. I really hate to cul-de-sac housing estates, because you always have this. They will say, oh no, the road's fine. Yeah, until a house burns down. And the other bit that brings it back again and again and again is we're promised this, however many it was, 40% affordable housing. What guarantee that will happen? Because up and down the county, and I sit on 2 planning boards, developers are coming back, having got permission, and saying, oh, it's not viable, can't afford to do it. So you end up with another housing estate, which is purely market housing. And as Councillor Jones knows, there is a whole other lot of houses built, which is not being sold. Or alternatively, if the developer sits on the planning application for years until the prices go up. That is not providing affordable housing. So I want some serious guarantees that, because that, as far as I can see, is the only reason why we would go for this site, is because of the promise of affordable housing. And I don't know, because I don't live here, how many other housing estates are in progress in Skirns and Newry, but as a casual driver through, it seems quite a lot. So I think we may be allowing land banking, which may or may not get taken up. So how many other properties are or developments are in progress at the moment? I know some people will probably say that's not relevant, but I want to know what guarantee that we actually get the affordable housing. Oh, and there's another one. Sorry. But talking about the attenuation bonds and dealing with the sewage and such like, what is the scheme for managing it in the future? Because if it goes to a management company, anyone living there will end up paying ground rent for years at probably quite exorbitant rates, if you think about it. If it's going to a parish council or something, have we set up, or are the developers setting up the system so that all these other bits that are needed will actually happen in real life? So I'm sorry, it was a bit of a jumble. So how many males? I like that one. Groundwater solution are any of the 4-bedroom properties proposed affordable housing? Because that's another area that's in demand. And what is the relevance of having 2 accesses if they don't join out? Because that's not nice.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Councillor. My response is as much. Groundwater, I feel like I can add much more to what I said about groundwater. Yes, we can tell the people authority about that. They did those sorts of things. If they withdraw objections or they don't raise the objections, then they're happy with the information that's been provided. There was a lot of flooding, I think everywhere, but in that down, or even on sites we've probably never flooded before. So it was pretty exceptional circumstances. But ultimately, as a status quo, it would be problematic or flood risks with groundwater. That's what's been concluded. The black poplars, from my knowledge, there's 3, I think. One's female, they're really rare ones. There's 2 males, at least now. So that's the information I had from the representation of the trees for Wimble. Those 3.
Okay.
All can be incorporated. So they're in they're recognised in the nature strategy as a particular species where they can be encouraged to be more planting of them to encourage the growth and make sure that they're not as scarce as they are. So yes, 1 female and at least 1 male is my understanding. The 2 access point, 2 access is what's been proposed. That's what we have to consider. The highway authority have to consider as the final what they serve. That's something. We would look at reserve access stage. It might be that it's 5, it might be that it's more, it might be that the internal road layout changes from what's indicated. So it's just illustrative. It doesn't need to say it's definitely going to be 5, it could be more or less. We can also ensure though that there's pedestrian permeability throughout the site as well. So that there's not parts of the site which are disconnected from the rest, and the whole 50 dwellings works as one. So that's something we realise at reserve stage. Guarantees on the affordable housing, I think you said. Also, it's in the section 106, so it's a legally binding document. If one day the applicant or developer decided to change that figure more or less, we'd have to consider that on its own merits. So viability, especially might be necessary or not. That's something to consider. But if it's in the legal agreement, there would be a policy compliant figure. That's acceptable. Can't answer the question on how many other persons we need. Sorry.
I think I can answer broadly, but I haven't got the figures. Thank you, Chair. So we have down in Rollesdale, there's a current construction taking place there on a site which was granted, which is outside the session boundary, opposite an employment site to come out of the town. There's the finishing off of the Bellway proposal, which is nearing construction, the finishing construction. Violet Homes in the process of constructing that one is inside the second boundary development, but beyond the existing site. Then we have the market site Fry's, which is used to be commenced development. I think what I'd say on that is that unfortunately we don't have a cap on development, and we wouldn't be able to refuse permission because there was a sense that too many houses have been either granted or built in a difficult position with our land supply. So we need to look at sites outside of the settlement boundary. We can't attach the same way as we could otherwise to our settlement boundaries and to the way it would attach to our spatial strategy. That's greatly diminished because of our housing land supply situation. So regardless of the current market conditions, where there might be sites that are being developed slower than anticipated, that's in itself not a reason. And in terms of affordable housing, there's a significant needs that we need to address in that respect. And this would provide a very helpful contribution in sustainable location to affordable housing, with 40% of them secured through the legal agreement, as Rob's identified as affordable dwellings.
Councillor Benton, would you like to come back on that?
Yeah, so I think there's one more point.
Oh, you've got one more point.
Sorry, there was about 4 beds.
Yeah.
4 bedroom, and there might be too many or too few.
None,
No,
probably.
okay. Well, that's something we haven't got a housing means at this point in time. So that be considered a reserve active stage. But I'm just refreshing my memory of the policy for housing means policy 7, and the policy 5 for 3 or 4 bedroom properties is 60% housing market, and for affordable housing it is 40% for 3 or 4 bedroom properties. So that's what we expect, or thereabouts that figure. But we won't realise it until reserve active stage when we get layout scale.
Can I come back?
Councillor Benton, go ahead.
Thank you for the answers. As you can imagine, I don't exactly agree with them. So really, we can't alter the housing mix or the road layout, or where the planting is, or almost anything at this stage. All we can go on is the site, the landscape around it, and how that fits into Sturminster Newton's feeling of being a hill, well, not a hilltop, a mountaintop town near rivers. And that's all we can discuss really, is the appropriateness of the site.
Access.
And the access. Well, the access comes into that. So I'll bring you back to this landscape character impact assessment. How far away are these pictures taken?
This is coming on the what we're considering. So it's an outline application. The indicative layouts being proposed to identify how 50 units could fit on that site. So the only details we're considering is the quantum development. So 50 dwellings would be granting at this point. There wouldn't be any way of going back from that figure, and the access points, and they would be the 30 meters of them. They would be granted. The layouts and the detailed landscaping and the appearance of dwellings and their positioning and the road layouts, including how much development is served by both the access, is not a consideration now, but those 4 details which come through the reserve matters application. So it's not that we won't be able to consider them, it's just they're not presented at this point because it's an outline application. But you're completely correct. In terms of the impact, we would be granting 50 dwellings. So the impact of that on the visual and landscape character of the area and the impacts of that is for consideration now, because they have to fit on that site somehow. It may not be completely how they're shown indicatively. I don't know if senior landscape architect might want to come in on the viewpoint points.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks, Sharon.
So there's a standard methodology for every house. First of all, obviously, they're not the right as you see the landscape, because obviously experiencing landscape vision is a dynamic process. You walk around as you move around, perspective change, start changes, etc. So the visualizations within LDI are representative viewpoints. So it's supposed to give you an overall view of the site and the development from various viewpoints. In terms of their accuracy, they need to be viewed at the right size and the right distance. Viewing on screen here, it's not bad, but it's not perfect. What you need to do is, if you're viewing them on a computer, you need to load them up on a monitor to 100% and check that the scale on the image matches scale of usually 10 centimeters, and you need to check that is actually 10 centimeters. That means you're viewing it at the right size, you've got an image of the right size, alternatively printed on the right size. And then you need to view it at the right distance. So the idea is that it's an alternate view of the picture. There are 2 types of picture as well. There's a monocular, which is what you would see with one eye closed. When you look at the 2 eyes, we recognise that makes a difference to the image. And so it's usually rather than 100% power, it's 150% power. But all those things are technical. In terms of what's presented in the LBIA, if it's viewed correctly, the information is based on what was put forward as an indicative lens and LiDAR information. LiDAR information is basically, it maps contours of the ground and buildings and vegetation. So that when you look at a representation like this, it is, if it's following all those rules, is an accurate visual representation of the development set for the purpose. Obviously, this is an output application, so it's illustrative. But what it's showing is not that the development would be mitigated, it's visually that would be mitigated, because obviously that depends on the final plan, etc. It's that it could be. So if we look at the, can we look at Richard's the site before any development. So we look at this image, and what you see is houses along Lansing Road. So there are houses in view. There are also, quite figured out on this, you can see houses on off to the right hand side of the garden where there's new developments in at certain units. So in terms of the view, it's a view with housing developments in already. If we can maybe pull up the next one, big one. Yeah, but this one, so then pull up the next one. Shows, so this shows it's a dark image. If you look at the small video, you can get a different sense of it. This shows the worst case scenario. It's not perfectly worst case scenario because worst case scenario should be the winter view, but it's acceptable sometimes if during the period of the eyes put together. That you can't take the views because you haven't got the time period. So this view might be more open in winter, but more so this is looking at visibility, and it was the inspector's sense too, in terms of visibility, that the character of this landscape is not overly changed. Before we had a landscape with housing in it, you've got more housing. This is sort of the worst case view, but it's not substantially different in terms of its nature and character than the previous view. Obviously, it's got more housing, but it's not the same as if, for instance, you're putting housing in a national landscape that was risking with nothing in it. It's adding more to. You might argue there's a cumulative effect. But I look at that and I say that at worst, that's a moderate adverse impact from my professional view. So that's it at its worst. And when you take the planting into account, you take the extra amount, actually it's showing that it's real. I'm not saying that it would be, because that depends on the growth of the planting establishment, etc. But it could be. However, going back to the previous slide, that's it at its worst. And if that is a moderate adverse landscape impact, visual impact, then that doesn't meet the usual level for significance, which is major or major moderate. Moderate is the cutoff point, usually. It might be seen as significant if it was in a valued landscape, a recognised valued landscape. So if it was in the Dorset National Landscape, all of this is a judgment. None of it is definite. So my judgment is that this is not it doesn't reach the rest level of significance on which I can stand up at a public inquiry and defend this. And that would tend to agree with that part of the inspector's conclusion. If I had been at that inquiry and I had been trying to defend this, the inspector would have, on his comments, dismissed my view because he felt that it wasn't with a significance visually. He had a different view about the character, we can talk about that, but it's visual impact. We're not disagreeing with that. So it doesn't reach it, it's not significant. And these photos are accurate in my view.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Could I ask Councillor Jesperson to speak?
Councillor Sher Jesperson, Hillforts and Upper Chelmsford. Finding this meeting increasingly unsatisfactory. It seems to me that it feels a bit as if I'm being talked into submission and it's all being presented as if it's so immensely complicated that at the end there will be nowhere for us elected members to go. Fact is that we are here to make this decision, not officers, and there is obviously more than one possible answer to this question, or else it wouldn't be here before committee. It seems to me this is very straightforward. We are looking at the principle of development and we're looking at access. The principle of development, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would like to come back to when we come to the debate. What I want to talk a little more about is the whole question of access and highways, and I would like to absolutely support the remarks made by my colleague from Gillingham, Belinda, who said that it is disappointing that there is no highways officer here. Not so very long ago, the highways officer would always attend meetings of this committee when there were questions of highways that might be contentious. He would listen to the debate, he would join in the debate, he would explain as we would go, and at the end of that, we would have an understanding of members of the technical and planning position. We are not offered that courtesy here today. What we are actually being told is that though we are required to determine access, the access that we're being asked to determine might not be the end result anyway, because we don't know where the houses are going to be. So you're asking us to determine access without telling us what we're determining access to. And I think that is profoundly unsatisfactory. And I don't think that that's a reasonable position to put us in. We're also told we've got some really well-informed, detailed questions, Mr. Chairman, about the implications of this access coming out opposite the drives, and which we've heard from the public. And all we're getting as a response from that is, well, highways are happy with it, so you have to take it on trust. Actually, we are the committee. We don't have to take it on trust. We're here to ask questions about that. And other than highways are satisfied, we haven't had adequate answers to these questions about the road safety. You know, the people who live here, and indeed I know this road very well indeed, have raised some very serious points of view, some very serious questions about the road safety in that little small space where all of this highways activity is going to go on. And all we are told by response is that, no, highways are happy, so you must be happy. Actually, that's not the role of the committee, just to be happy because we're told that it'll be all right. We're not getting good enough answers to our questions. We're also presented with a lot of queries about the layout, which we're not here to discuss today, in terms of the cul-de-sac layout. Now, if that layout, and it's a most unattractive layout, so I hope that what comes back at the later stage will be a better layout. But that layout could significantly, the change to that layout could significantly change who's coming in and out of what access. So I just think it's this whole question of this access, we're here just to determine access, and it's just not satisfactory. I don't think that that we are being put in a reasonable position, not having these questions answered, and this amount of uncertainty with regard to what the final layout will be. You're giving us two accesses, and we don't know what they are accesses to. And I just think this is unsatisfactory.
Okay, thank you. Could I ask Councillor?
No, do I have an answer to that? Would I have an answer?
Would you like to come back to that first?
Thank you, Chairman. The access is to serve the development of 50 dwellings. That's what we're considering today. So there's no sort of question about that.
Yeah.
Highways, I know this answer you made it satisfied, but highways look at the whole package of information that's submitted with the application, the transport assessment, which has information that relates to traffic speeds, highway safety, visibility, traffic movements from the existing development and proposed development. They consider that, and if they have concerns, they raise them and they raise objections. What we can't tell you is the layout. It's completely normal on an application that's for an outline permission to not have the final layout proposed. That's a completely acceptable way of proposing development as an outline application with some matters reserved. So what we're considering is the access points, which we're advised are safe and could facilitate the quantum of developments being proposed, and the number of dwellings which are proposed. So the indicative plans are drawn up to show how development could be located within the site. That could change, and I agree with the comments that a cul-de-sac arrangement with no permeability through wouldn't be acceptable, but we're not considering that right now. That would be the outline application. So what we're considering is 50 dwellings, 2 accesses for pedestrians and vehicles. Would that be acceptable? When the application for reserve matters come in, the highway authority will look at what's proposed through that layout, with those two accesses. And if it's not acceptably laid out, it would, they raise objections at that point. But we can only access a certain amount of information on the outline application. I think that we have to also be very mindful of the fact that this went to appeal and the inspector has reviewed this. The main issues are, Colin's explained from a landscape point of view, the inspector didn't find harm to wider landscape use, but did find harm to character appearance of the area in terms of the fact it is on a slope, and it does, in terms of the inspector's view, have an adverse impact in terms of the encroachment of development over, and it's the localised view. So I think, we're not necessarily bound by the inspector's decision. It's a very strong, important material consideration that has to be carefully considered. And after considering the whole application, the inspector actually dismissed the appeal based on that point. So I think that's it's down to the committee what they consider and look at, but I think maybe focusing maybe slightly more on those points the inspector raised could be useful. But in terms of highways, I apologise again, there isn't an officer here to answer it. As I've said, there was unforeseen circumstances why the officer couldn't attend. We do have Susan on the phone, so if you have a specific question we'd like to ask you feel hasn't been raised, with Chair's acceptance, we could take a moment to ask that question and have a response. But she is listening to the presentation as it unfolds and the questions that have been asked. So if you feel there's something you need to ask specifically around that, then please let me know and we may able to take a moment to ask that question.
Thanks for Chair's question. Would you like to come back and
Just very briefly.
to get Susie to answer?
I don't think so, because I think that we will get the same response back. But I just want to make one, I don't want to prolong this, but I just want to make one point with respect. This is not a typical outline application, because we have two accesses that we're being asked to agree with without knowing what the second access. If you just have one access, quantum of development, in other words, you have told us that this quantum of development, this number of traffic journeys can be accommodated with this entrance in this place, that we understand. Why I think that this is different and unsatisfactory is because we have two accesses and no idea what the second access is actually going to be for. You could, because we haven't got the layout, and I think it's an uncomfortable position that you're putting the committee in. I appreciate that we probably have no grounds to go any further with that debate, so I'm not going to prolong it. But I just, I do think there is a difference between this and the normal planning applications that we look at.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mercer.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Chair. Could I ask that we put slide 46 up on the screen? It's 46 on mine. It's the planning balance one. If we look at that, there are 9 comments in favour of that application. There are 10 which are neutral, and there is 1 which is against. I think that's planning bias. Where is the comment about local objection? Where is the comment about it's not in accordance with the neighbourhood plan?
Yeah.
Where is the comment about the wider concerns of the planning inspector? Where is the comment about that this planning application will damage the viability of the sites chosen by the residents of Stirlington Newton, because this site will suck up demand, and other sites may not proceed, but the residents want them to. I think that your planning balance is far from balanced. And the other thing that really irritates me about that is this font size you choose.
Yes.
It is not objective, and this is not the first one of these I've seen. So if you're going to put a planning balance up, please make it objective, because I think that is poor. Forgive me.
Quite right.
If I can go on to the next point.
Carry on.
I expressed concern before this meeting started that planning committees don't listen to what residents say. Because there was an example in the last meeting where things were misrepresented to the committee. The gentleman that spoke first, Mr. Knight, talked about the brow of the hill issue. I've driven this road many times and I reminded myself of that brow by looking at it on Google Street Map. I defer to Councillor Jesperson's wise words, but if I was going to ask for the highways officer to talk about something, it would be that brow, because their comment is silent about it. This is a place where there have been traffic issues in the past. And I do think that is an omission from that. And I agree with all the other sentiment that there should be a highways officer here. The other thing that really irritates me as well is also chairman of a parish council with a neighbourhood plan. The fact that we don't have a 5-year land supply seems to me that we have development at any cost. You know, how bad does an application have to be before it's not trumped by, well, I'm sorry, we don't have a 5-year land supply.
Absolutely.
This application and the one before have been through planning inspectors, but who have refused them. But hey, we haven't got a 5-year land supply now, so it doesn't matter. And I've just come back to that point. This site potentially damages the viability of sites that the people have, Stonington Newton have chosen for their. Thank you.
Very good point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of whether every development needs to be granted, it's not the case. It may well feel like that. I understand it's a difficult situation with like land supply. But the tests are whether there's demonstrable harm or a footnote reason sent out in the NPPF, which would be strong, basically. So looking at a strong footnote reason, that would be centred around heritage, flooding, ecology matters, habitat matters, things like that are identified in the NPPF. So there are still tests that we need to go through, and it's not the case that every development, national landscape is another one. It's not the case that every development is acceptable. Each one has to be treated on its merits. The officer advice in this case is that we haven't found demonstrable harm when you weigh up the harms against the benefits. And there isn't a footnote reason in terms of flooding or heritage, national landscape. And that results in the recommendation to run. It's down to committee whether you agree with that and the balancing. And the slide that sets out the various aspects was just to illustrate where in favour there's significantly more aspects than way against it. So that's just trying to illustrate the plan balance and how that should be carried out. It's down to the committee to attach weight to that, revising based on time policy, material considerations, what we can defend at appeal. Committee needs to consider that, and then you apply the weight and give reasons why you consider a certain route is the right route. So revising based on what we think is the right recommendation. I think in terms of the weight we need to attach to dwellings, it is going to be a significant weight and to be affordable. That's sort of set out some significant weight. How much weight you attach to the other aspects, such as the character and appearance, where the inspector found harm last time, that's down to committee. I don't know anything more, Mr. Chair. Is anything else you want to?
I don't think so.
Thank you.
Okay.
Might come back.
Thank you. Do you want to come back on?
Yeah.
Councillor Mercer?
And forgive me, you have not addressed the point of that planning balance, because you've said we've omitted the others. So actually the balance is in fact, that is not the true representation of the balance of assessment for this application. Where is the neighbourhood plan reference? Where is the local objection reference? Come on.
Okay, well, the neighbourhood plan is referenced in the conflict and spatial strategy because the development plan comprises the local plan and neighbourhood plan, and the conflict with the development plan is highlighted in the officer's report and recommendation. So that includes the conflict with the North Dorset local plan and also the neighbourhood plan. So there is a conflict there because it's outside of the defined settlement boundary. It's not a site allocated in the neighbourhood plan. So that's how it's been considered. That goes where it gets it and set out in the report. In terms of the objections, they haven't been carefully considered, including the recent ones on the significant trees on the side. We carefully consider all representations, and that's included in the report. Representation alone is not a reason that we can, recommend to grant or refuse it. Considering that, considering what's raised and how much weight we can attach to it. So the pure level of objection on its own is not going to be a reason if we're going to appeal to refuse something, but the other material considerations that are raised through that. So people have raised concerns about impact and character appearance, other material considerations. They have to be considered in the overall planning balance, and that's clearly set out in the report. All the representations are included in there and considered. So that slide doesn't specifically say there has been objections, but it's clearly set out in the report, and they have been fully considered, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Rideout, would you like to go ahead and speak?
Thank you, Chairman. Linda Ryder, report. Actually, Councillor Jesperson asked my question about the two access points, and I'm still very concerned about these. And I'd like to understand, if this application is approved today, are those two access points then binding when the reserved matters planning application comes through, or is the applicant listening to us now and understanding we don't like any of what we see before us in scale or layout, might change it to one access? Where do we stand then? And also, with the new rules coming in for officer delegation, we might not even see this result.
For certain, we won't.
And that's why I'm concerned about this now.
Thank you, Chair. So we have a message from Highways about the safety point, because there's been some concerns in the road is unsafe, and there's been other incidents on that. So as part of that assessment, the Highway Authority review collision data. So that provides information on whether there's been previous accidents and whether there's a particular issue that the highway raised. So in this case, the collision data for the most recent 5-year period has been reviewed and has not identified any recorded personal injury collisions or any pattern of accidents that would indicate an inherent highway safety issue within the vicinity of the site. Concerns for existing road safety can be pursued through the normal channels with the road safety team. Doesn't mean that there hasn't been any accident ever, because it relies on being reported, but it's a good indication of whether there is a problem in the area that would need to be addressed or considered through this proposal. In terms of the accesses, we did, because we have a previous query, asked whether the whole development can be served by one access, and the highway advice is yes, it could potentially be provided by one access. So it could be that the other access is not delivered, or is just a pedestrian access, but that is down to the reserved matters. What we have to consider here is the Highway Authority has looked very carefully at the two accesses that propose to serve the 50 dwellings, and they haven't raised any concerns in relation to visibility, highway safety. The Highway Authority, the visibility assessment takes account of the existing highway geometry, including the vertical alignment of Manston Road. So that's the specific conditions in that area, the vertical alignment, how the road is existing and how it's laid out now. That's been fully considered in terms of the amount of visibility that has been required and is shown on these plans, which will form part of the approval for the first part of the access and the visibility slates. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Porthergreen, please go ahead.
Keep moving.
Thank you, Chairman. That was the greetings. And I don't have any questions. I've just got opinions. No.
Go ahead.
May I move
We're moving to the debate.
Are we into debate?
Yeah.
Thank you. I think I'm the last one to speak anyway.
No, no.
So we're,
Have we?
I mean, on the questions. So we're now on to debate, if that's okay. Setting aside the concerns about the entrances, highways and the safety issues, I agree with what's been said. I'm not at all happy about that, but setting that aside and looking at the things we are to be here to be considered. The site lies outside the settlement boundary. It's not allocated in the current or emerging development plans. That says a huge amount to me. We spend years on development plans, consulting widely, and when they're set, they are set for the coming 20, 30 years. The Stonington neighbourhood plan explicitly identifies land east of Manston Road as unsuitable for development due to its topography, landscape sensitivity and visibility. The site occupies a prominent sloping valley side hillside forming part of the rural setting of Stonington Newton. The committee will know how passionately I believe in neighbourhood plans. We asked our local towns to spend years considering all options for the benefit of their towns, the local people with the knowledge and then all the hoops, and then it gets voted on by the local population. They should be given far more weight. And for this neighbourhood plan to say specifically that it's unsuitable for development, we must listen to that. That's my opinion anyway. I tend to think that once the settlement boundary has been breached, the whole area to the brook is at risk of being developed, which could possibly account for the second entrance exit. That's obviously nothing to do with what we're here to discuss today, but I'm just going to put it there. My view is that I agree with the inspector. All that experience, we look up to these inspectors. We don't always agree with what they come up with, but the fact that it was so recently decided upon, only a year ago and a bit, why can't we, what are we even doing considering this today? Sorry, so that's my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Brenton.
There you go.
Thank you, Councillor Bothercourt, for moving us on and bringing us back to the principle, which, this is only an outline. And the fear, of course, is that probably the only chance we've had to actually discuss it properly with the way that the rules are changing. And I would say that the topography is what pulls it up. Have we got a map showing topography? It's right at the beginning, I think, which shows you the contours and that drop off between, should we say, the ridge road and the valley. And a valley as a demarcation around a settlement is very valuable. It's like historic. That's why we built on the tops of hills. Mm-hmm. And if that is what makes Stonington Newton a distinct, discrete settlement, then we should go with that. I've got lots of quibbles about the entrance and exit. We haven't heard a word about could we enforce a pavement from the entrance to the town? What about cyclists, cycling permeability getting into town? The whole Dorset local plan is talking about, making places accessible for everybody. And it's a very steep slope. So it's not a friendly slope. If you were an old person and you were in a house at the bottom of that in years to come, you wouldn't like it. If you were a cyclist, you wouldn't like it, and your parents certainly wouldn't like it, cycling to school. And so the whole thing is the topography shouts at you. This is not the right place to burn. That's my final.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Benson. Please, could I ask Councillor Jesperson to speak?
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman, Councillor Sherry Jesperson. Hannah, Mrs. Smith has set out a few moments ago clearly for us, as she always does in these committees, thank you, that it is the responsibility of this committee to determine this application. And the lack of the 5-year housing land supply does not automatically mean that we have to say yes to everything. If you think about it, that's obviously, otherwise why would we be here having, if there was no possibility of saying no, we wouldn't be here having a committee meeting. So the tests that we have to meet are, is there demonstrable harm which in the view of the committee outweighs the benefits? So I think we're clear that the footnote objections don't apply in this case. So it comes down to this demonstrable harm. I think that it's very easy to make a case, or no, not easy, it is possible to make a case that there is demonstrable harm on the basis of the fact that this application, virtually identical, has been rejected more than once at appeal. So the case is made there that this is not a good application. It is not sound in planning terms. So what we have to determine is whether we think that the grounds that we object to it outweigh the lack of the 5-year housing land supply. And in my view, they do. I think the impact on the character and the encroachment of this development into the countryside themselves, and there are other things that other people might want to add. So I think there are grounds to refuse this, but I was going to propose that, but I'm actually going to defer to my colleague from Sturminster because I know that she would like to propose, but I've given her some reasons.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to cut straight to it. Thank you. I'm cutting straight to it. I am going to vote to refuse this application, please. And I'm so sorry to our lovely officers because I know you do a huge amount of work, but and I have some reasons and areas that I can go through, and my colleague will, I'm sure, fill me in. But I would firstly bring in landscape and visual harm. I will bring that one in. And I think also
impact on the character.
There is, yes, impact on the character of Sturminster Newton as a whole. There are quite, I just need a little bit more time to bring some other bits and pieces because there's so, I think actually we also perhaps may have an unresolved drainage capacity because we rely on a pump connection to the Wessex water network, and I think that goes uphill. But I think landscape and visual harm will be the key area that I would vote to refuse this, but I'm waiting to see if my colleagues agree with me. Thank you.
I'd be very happy to second that. And add
an actual.
It was
definitely.
Yes. Definitely. Councillor Desmond.
Yes, I would. And could I add a couple more grounds with my colleagues?
Certainly.
So we're looking at landscape and visual impact. We're looking impact on the character. There's a question of
microphone.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry, I was getting overexcited. Landscape and visual impact. The impact on the character, which is the one that that was most strongly upheld by the inspector, as I understand it. Encroachment into the countryside which is in contravention of the local plan, but also the neighbourhood plan, both of which are out of date, but which still carry some weight, notwithstanding that they're out of date. And then maybe a drainage issue. Those are the ones that I think, unless anyone's got any you want to add, maybe we would defer and then we could see if officers can work something up under those headings.
Okay, thank you.
That's more.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jane. Could I just come back on the drainage point, please? Because we have had a full review by the Legal Open Flood Authority of the drainage information and the infiltration testing that's been carried out. I've just been concerned what will be refusing it on, because we have a worked out drainage, indicative drainage scheme that has been fully assessed and has been held to be acceptable in principle by a legal authority. So in that respect, we'll be moving to recommend a pre-commencement condition so that no work can commence until the full detailed drainage was brought out. I'm a bit concerned what would be our refusal reason and what evidence
We'll leave that. I do know you have to wear wellies most of the time. Dan, once you get to the bottom of the hill, you need wellies on.
Yes.
Not drainage.
But all right, that's fine. We'll leave that there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wright, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Linda Wright, I'm Billing Ward. I agree with my colleagues across the table there. This is not an edge of settlement application. It's quantum of development, 50, I feel is far too high. It's probably going to be 2-storey on that ridge. They're going to be showing up quite a long way away. Character and appearance has already been said of the area. Topography doesn't lend itself to development there. And local views from north and south of this development would be awful, I think, also from the east. So that's my views.
Thank you. Councillor Brinton.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Brenton, Richard Martin. I don't know how to phrase this, so I'll have to refer to the planning officer to get the right phraseology. But I worry about the safety and quality of life of anyone who moves into this site. It is very steep, so it is not ideal for the elderly, the infirm. The crossing onto the road, although technically it might be fine for a car, it's quite problematic if we're thinking about cycling, pedestrians crossing. I know you've been told it's okay, but I worry about that in future. So I would say unresolved issues about crossing and joining the Ridge Road.
Sustainability.
Sustainability. But my thing is always connectivity. Is it easy to cycle out of this site? You've got quite a steep hill to go up, and then you've got to turn right or left. I wonder about the connectivity and the whole push at the moment from the Dorset local plan emerging and also other policies is we should be making communities for all. We shouldn't be making communities or allowing communities to happen which are not comfortable to live in. And I don't know how you would phrase that in, but there is something in the MPPS about the quality of life of future inhabitants.
Amenity.
Whatever the word is, I'll bounce to the opposite. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think that make it less with in terms of the spatial strategy and location of development, not being in accordance with the plan. In terms of accessibility to the section once you're out of the site, just regarding the topography at the moment, it's very well connected, it's a sustainable location, has good access to schools, it's in walking distance to the town centre. So it is well located and there isn't a dedicated cycle route, but cycles could use the carriageway. There's pedestrian access, there's a footpath all the way along. You can access the centre of the town via the footpath.
From the other side of the road.
Yes, but there's mainly on the opposite side of the road, there's footpaths along there as well. Supported recently, you do have to cross over at one point, but there is footpath provision that would be safe into the town centre. So I don't think you'd have a connection for future reason because of the location of it. It's also close to, as Ross outlined, the schools, the playing field, which has some provision for older children opposite the site. So in terms of its location, it's well connected and accessible, particularly in the context of the rural development that we see. So I don't think we'd have a sound refusal potentially there. But the inspector did consider the topography of the site and did say that it wasn't completely convenient for all potential occupiers. That point was raised, but on balance felt that if you've got the actual comments, so you can read them to you. But yes, it's not ideal because it is on a slope, so it's not, in terms of the public sector equality duty, it's not like a level site that everyone with protected characteristics would be able to easily necessarily access and enter the site, especially from the lower parts. So it is a valid point. I think that was considered, and Rob, if you wanted to.
I was trying to find an appeal decision, the inspector said, that we need within 800 metres of convenience food store, 1.2 kilometres of town centre, GP services, schools and a leisure centre. Future occupiers with then have relatively easy access to a range of goods and services, which can be stored by sustainable. However, as the site slopes downhill from Manston Road by around 20 metres, some future occupiers may be discouraged to leave the site by fill the site with based on the topography of the land, reducing the accessibility of the site by sustainable means. Consequently, the accessibility of the site would weigh in a modest extent in favour of the proposal. That's what the inspector said.
Okay, just a point I would like to make, and that is I would worry about cars coming down the hill and for there not to be a formal crossing for pedestrians, nor having pavement on both sides of the road. That would worry me, especially if there's been a history of death. And of course, all the numbers, statistics taken 5 years ago don't relate to the fact there's going to be 50 houses and all those people in the state using and crossing the road. I just wanted to say that. And you just had a point to come back to.
So the Power Authority assessed the proposed uncontrolled crossing points for pedestrians, whether they're safe, and considered that in this circumstance it would be safe to propose invasion of pedestrian crossings. So there's no justification for a controlled signal here. If due to the impacts, that's the advice from the Power Authority.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Jesperson.
Yes, I was going to say, I'm looking at the slot. Would it be possible, Mr. Chairman, for you to suggest a small adjournment now, so that the officers can do their magic trick and turn our ramblings into proper planning speak objections, and then we can come back and put it to the vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before we do that, any more comments that people might like to make, members? No, okay, so we'll have a short adjournment for 5 minutes. We'll return to the meeting at 12:20. Okay, thank you, everyone. So the position we are in is that Councillor Jones' made a proposal, which is to refuse the application. It's been seconded by Councillor Jesperson. And I just need to make some comments regarding the proposal. Thank you, Anne. Oh, Rob. Rob's going to do it.
I can, well, we've devised two reasons for refusal. First one being spatial strategy, and second one about character landscape harm. So the first one about spatial strategy would be, or could be, the site lies on a greenfield site outside the settlement boundary for Stearns and Newton. The site is not allocated for housing development and needs to be adopted local plan for Stearns and Newton neighbourhood plan. The proposed development would not represent the type of development that would be appropriate in the countryside or otherwise have a demonstrable overriding need for a countryside location. The development of the site would therefore represent a speculative and unsustainable form of development, contrary to the spatial strategy of the adopted development plan, specifically policies 2, 19 and 20 of the North Dorset Local Plan, as well as policy 7 of the Stearns and Newton neighbourhood plan. Would also compare with paragraphs 83 and 1 and 10 of the National Planning Policy Framework. Then the second one, about character landscape, would read: the proposed development would be on greenfield site outside of the settlement boundary, clearly at odds with the spatial pattern of development within the Brixton Eastern Ridge area and wider town. It would represent an obvious breakage of the strong demarcation between town and country character and form a harmful encroachment into the open rural slope of the countryside and Shivers Brook floodplain. The proposed development would intrude into the clearly defined character of the eastern slopes of the settlement, causing substantial harm to the local and wider landscape character. It has not been clearly demonstrated that the impact of the proposed development on the landscape would be mitigated. As such, the proposed development would be contrary to policies 4, 19, and 24 of the North Dorset Local Plan, as well as policy 7 and Stearns and Newton neighbourhood plan, and paragraphs 135, 187 of the National Planning Policy Framework.
Are you happy?
Okay, Councillor Jones, are you happy?
I'm very happy, and Rob, you are a lovely man. Thank you very much. Very happy, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jesperson.
Ditto, especially the bit about Rob. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments before we go to the vote?
We have to go straight to the vote.
No, we will go straight to the vote then. So those in favour of the proposal proposed by Councillor Jones and seconded by Councillor Jesperson to refuse planning permission, those in favour of that proposal, please put up your hands.
Nice. Yeah. Nice.
So we have 7 in favour, none against. Therefore, that proposal has been carried. So decisions being made to refuse the application, which is P/OUT/2025/06076 land off Manson Road, Stirlington, Newton. Okay, thank you everyone for your participation in that item. I now think that we should take a break, 40 minutes, and return back here at 12:10.
Too long.
Too long? Well, should we say 12 o'clock then?
Do you mean 1 o'clock?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. It's only one. Yeah, can't we? We'll go for 1.
Would be good. 1 p.m.
Thank you. You've all returned and ready for the next part of the meeting. So the next application to discuss, item number 6, is P/FUL/2025/05229. This is for full permission to erect 19 dwellings and amenity space at Playdales Farm, Lower Street, Oakford Fitzbay. It's going to be presented by Kirsten Williams. Please, could you go ahead, Kirsten? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, this is a full plan application for the erection of 19 dwellings with amenity space on the Playdales Farms with access to Lower Street, Oakford Fitzbay. This is the planning history. There was a full plans application made in 2024, which was refused by the council. This was taken to appeal in 2025, and it was dismissed and reappealed. The key reasons for the dismissal were firstly that it was contrary to the local national development strategy as it was outside settlement limits. And secondly, that the proposal would not provide an appropriate housing mix for people and housing. It's worth noting that since this appeal, housing targets have significantly increased, as you're aware. And Dorset Council are now unable to demonstrate the 5-year housing land supply, and therefore, in accordance with NPPF footnote 8, the housing policies within the North Dorset local plan are updated, which means that the tilted balance and presumption in favour of sustainable development now applies in decision making. So the site is approximately 0.9 hectares in size, and it's located at the southwestern edge of Oakford Fitzbay. It's located outside of the settlement boundary of the village, and the site itself forms part of an agricultural field associated with the now redundant Playdales Farm, and the access up here is via Lower Street, as previously mentioned. The site is broadly flat, but with a subtle drop towards the south. Hedgerows line the western boundary, hedgerows line the western boundary. The proposed southern extent of the site would not follow an existing field boundary line, and is currently open in part of the wider field. The new development at the Old Dairy lies immediately east of the site. Yeah. The site sits within Rolling Vale's landscape character type. It sits northwest of the national landscape and is surrounded by an extensive network of public footpaths. Either side of the entrance road sits a previously approved phase 1, which has been commenced on site. The access has been constructed. Phase 2 sits immediately next to the consented phase 1 site. So the adjacent site consent was a full planning consent for the construction of 27 homes, together with associated parking, access and landscaping on land at Playdales Farm. It provides 40% affordable homes, and this was decided in March 2023. So some photos of the site. This is the entrance to the site from Lower Street. The entrance is bordered by the previously consented phase 1 scheme, as previously mentioned, with today's phase 2 site being set back within the site away from this entrance point. So this is looking south from the middle of the site. The boundary of the site is within that open field. So this is looking northwest from the southern boundary of the site. Here we can see that a hedgerow currently runs through the middle of the site. This image is taken from the other side of that hedgerow. It's looking northeast towards the play area and housing bordering Lower Street in the distance. This is looking northeast from a point further east along the southern boundary, and we can see the back of the old dairy housing over here. This is looking northwest across the side from halfway along the eastern boundary. Again, we can see the hedgerow that's running through the side there. This is looking west from further south on the eastern boundary with the hedgerow here. This photo is further south again at the southeastern corner of the site, looking west. So this is approximately where the site boundary sits. So this is the previous appeal site. So this was the one, the layout that was the proposal that was refused and then went to appeal. It was subsequently dismissed, as I said. The key issues identified with the layout during the application and appeal are highlighted here. The proposed surface water attenuation pond was described in the application but not shown on the proposed layout. The affordable housing mix was not in line with policy as it provided a higher proportion of 3-bed than 2-bed properties, and it was considered it didn't address the identified local housing need. Pedestrian safety across the site is not considered to be safe, as there was a large sections of the site of the estate road with no dedicated footways. And a visitor parking bay here was laid out in a way that encroached into the estate road. So this is the current proposed site layout, and I just thought it'd be helpful to talk you through how those issues have been addressed by the applicant. So I know it's cut off here slightly, but the proposed surface water attenuation pond is identified on the layout, and the details provided for it within the flood risk assessment. The affordable housing mix, which is actually up here, these have been made into, these houses highlighted have been changed into 2-bed rather than 3-bed, which has changed the proportion to have a much higher proportion of 2-bed than 3-bed properties, the affordable housing, which is considered to be more in line with the need, the identified need. A dedicated footway has also been added. It's difficult to see on this drawing, but there's a dedicated footway alongside the carriageway to the main, well, to this main section of the State Road. And the visitor parking bay has been set back from the estate road and no longer encroaches. The site therefore benefits from a tilted balance, as previously discussed, and the presumption in favour of sustainable development applies in decision making. So in order to assess whether the location of the site constitutes sustainable development, it's necessary to assess how connected it is to local services. The site is within 800 metres, 5 pavements, or a 10-minute walk to the village shop, post office, public house, church, village hall, vehicle repair garage, 2 children's play areas, and recreation grounds. Those are all the blue things we can see there. Oakwood Fitzpaine has a reasonable level of facilities to meet some day-to-day needs and is regarded as a sustainable larger village for growth. Major residential development in Oakwood Fitzpaine provides an opportunity to enhance or at least maintain the vitality of the village. At the previous appeal, the inspector concluded that future occupiers would have reasonable access to services and facilities by other modes of transport. The site is well positioned within the village with direct connectivity to footpaths, which lead to a range of services in the village, and the bus stop, which connects to further services in nearby villages. Therefore, when assessed against paragraph 83 of the NPPF, it is considered that this proposal does constitute a sustainable development. Policy 8 of the Northern Dorset Local Plan states that outside the main towns and villages, 40% of the total number of dwellings are to be affordable, with the presumption that it will be provided on site. It's proposed on this site to deliver 36.8% affordable housing on site, equating to 7 out of the 19 dwellings proposed. Dorset Council's housing enabling team has confirmed that it would be acceptable for the remaining 3.2%, so 0.6 of a home, to be provided by way of a commuted sum payment to be used towards other affordable housing projects in the area. This would be secured via a Section 106 agreement. The housing mix is considered to comply with policy and meet the local needs through delivering a greater number of 2-bed and 3-bed properties. So this current proposed, we've got 6 2-bed and 1 3-bed property proposed. This slide shows the location, plans and elevational treatment to the affordable units. Whilst the affordable housing appears to be located around the entrance to the road to the site, when you look at it in context with the wider site, they're embedded into the larger development and are accessed off 2 separate spurs of the estate road. So these affordable units here are accessed from this spur on the phase 1 site, and these affordable houses here are accessed through the main estate road. So this results in a mix of affordable and market homes in each location. The design of the dwellings is considered to be tender blind, delivering materials and details to the same standard as the market homes. It's worth noting that block 31 on the star, if you can see that here, is of size and layout that's adaptable if required to meet building regs, Part N42, accessible and adaptable dwellings. This slide shows the location plans and elevational treatment to the market units. We've got all of them on there, but it gives you a feel of the finishes and the size of them. In terms of the general layout, the buildings are arranged on the site in fairly informal arrangement. Most of the relevant dwellings address the street frontages, which respects the character of the village core. The layout also includes large informal open space against the western boundary, which creates a soft landscape and buffer with the adjoining agricultural fields. In terms of impact on the surrounding landscape, when considered at appeal, the inspector concluded that there is some separation between the appeal site and the Dorset national landscape. The scheme is relatively small scale and of appropriate form and character. It would be seen with other model development at the edge of the settlement. As such, it would conserve the landscape and scenic beauty of the national landscape. Dorset Council officers have assessed the impact and agree with this assessment. Across the site, there's a mix of 1- and 2-story detached, semi-detached and terraced homes, each with its own parking and private garden. Heights vary slightly across the site, the highest ridgeline sitting approximately 8.8 metres above the ground level. So in terms of the character, the design of the development generally reflects the local vernacular, incorporating the locally referenced architectural styles, buildings, styles, materials, and building form. Materials include red brick, render, and plain tile with slate-coloured roof finishes. Other locally referenced detail includes sash windows, brick headers, and reconstituted stone or stone decked stills and lintels, porches, and chimneys. A condition is recommended to control the final details of the external materials and detailing. So for parking, the parking spaces are highlighted here in yellow, with garages highlighted in blue. Parking provision on the site is in accordance with the Dorset County Council car parking calculator, and cycle parking is incorporated within garages or rear gardens. In order to facilitate phase 1 and phase 2, and improved access being improved and constructed as part of the phase 1 consent, this access increases visibility to the east of the proposal and incorporates a slight relocation of site access. This provides visibility space of 2.4 by 30.3 metres to the east and 2.4 by 34.3 metres to the west, which is commensurate with speeds of 25 to 30 miles per hour respectively, as per the guidance within the manual for streets. And this layout is considered a significant improvement over the previous arrangement. In terms of the estate road design, the internal road network's been designed at 5.5 metres wide, which is sufficient to allow 2 service vehicles to pass one another. Servicing of the site, including refuse collection, will take place from within the site. And this sweat path analysis shows how a refuse vehicle will access the site. So in terms of heritage, the site sits to the west of the conservation area and is close to the setback from various listed buildings. Dorset Council's Conservation Officer agrees with the level of no harm identified significance of heritage assets as concluded in the submitted heritage impact assessment. Although adjacent to the conservation area, the development retains a sense of openness and semi-rural character, reflective of the present edge of the conservation area. A gap in the street scene adjacent to the listed Eatman's cottage on Lower Street has been identified as important, which the proposal preserves. The site is composed of modified grassland, which receives regular applications of fertiliser and has relatively low ecological value. The loss of the grassland is proposed to be mitigated by enhancing the buffer area to the west by tree planting to provide biodiversity net gain on the site. 160 metres of hedgerow, which I identified in photos, which runs along this dotted line, is proposed to be translocated from the middle of the site to the edge over here. The biodiversity plan includes the methodology of this. A condition is proposed to require a final version of the biodiversity plan to be submitted and agreed with Dorset Council and their team. Measures to mitigate impacts and enhance habitats for wildlife are also proposed, including a network of hedgehog access, bat crevice features, burrow nest boxes, integrated swift boxes, and bee bricks. Flood risks to the development are low by virtue of the fact that the site lies in flood zone 1 beyond any high or medium surface water flood risk areas and not within any groundwater susceptibility zones. The lead local flood authority have confirmed the principle of above ground attenuation basin and the proposed size of it would be acceptable. The depth and gradient of the slope proposed at this stage are designed in accordance with the Syria Health and Safety Principles SUTS. Pre-commencement conditions are proposed to secure the detailed SUTS water management scheme for the site and details of maintenance and management of the SUTS water sustainable drinking scheme. A sustainability statement has been submitted with the application, which confirms the measures listed here to ensure the development proposed is sustainable into the future, including eco-sanitary ware, subsystems integrated with the green infrastructure and air source heat pumps. So in summary, the principle of the development on this site is deemed to be acceptable. The proposal has been through several reiterations to address the previous concerns and inspector reasons for dismissal of the previous appeal scheme. Proposed development benefits from the NPPF's presumption in favour of sustainable development. The inspectors, worth noting the inspector's comment that the properties would not be isolated homes in the countryside in the context of the framework, given the proximity to existing properties and phase 1. Oakford Fitzbane was identified as one of the larger villages in the local plan, and the appeal site lead on from the adjacent one. There are no adverse impacts that would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of the proposed development when assessed against the development plan as a whole. And there are no material considerations which would warrant refusal of this application. Proposed conditions are listed here, in case you want to discuss those in your questions. So the recommendation is to grant the application subject to conditions listed previously and the completion of a section 106 planning obligation to secure the affordable housing provision and financial contributions towards other affordable housing projects in the area, NHS infrastructure, education, preschool, community, leisure and sports facilities, rights of way, informal open space maintenance, destination play facilities and maintenance, formal outdoor sports facilities and maintenance, library and bus and sustainable transport.
Thank you, Kirsten. Okay, we now have 3 speakers in total. We'll each have 3 minutes to speak. We have 1 to speak an objection, there's the agent, and then the parish council. Could I ask Councillor George Norris come to the table to speak, please? Oh, he's not here. Okay. The agent, Matthew Holmes, could you please come up to the table and speak? You have 3 minutes, and I'll give you a 30 seconds heads up towards the end.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, this application seeks permission for the construction of 19 homes on land adjacent to the built-up area of Oakwood Fitzpaine. It was submitted following previous applications, and we have amended the plans during the course of the application to respond to feedback received. We are pleased that the resultant recommendation before you is one of approval. We were careful when designing the scheme to ensure that the proposals would respond positively to the character of the area. To that end, the buildings have been traditionally styled and include a mix of unit sizes. Landscaping is provided in front and rear gardens and the green space on the site's western edge. We've also designed the scheme to account for the biodiversity interests of the site. The council's relevant policy criteria have been taken into account in that the homes all meet or exceed the minimum space standards and all have appropriately sized rear gardens. The density of development is similar to that of the surrounding properties. The officer's report concludes that the proposals are appropriate in terms of design and visual impact to the character of the area and will provide an appropriate environment for future residents. On that second point, the new houses are appropriately spaced from the existing homes that neighbour the site, and the interrelationships between the houses have been carefully planned. Members, the proposals are in most respects unchanged from the previous application on this site, which was ultimately determined at appeal. That appeal confirmed that the proposals are acceptable in design, heritage and drainage terms, and that this was an appropriate location in which to provide new homes. The previous appeal was dismissed only on 2 specific reasons. The first was the mix of affordable housing units on the site, and the second, housing supply matters. Both of these matters are now addressed in this revised scheme, first because the mix of affordable homes now meets your requirements, and second because housing supply calculations have changed in the intervening time period, as explained in your officer's report. There is now a shortfall of housing in Dorset that the proposals will help to meet. Accordingly, the proposals will read as a well-designed housing development appropriate to the site context and deliver new housing on a site that is suitable to provide new homes, both by reason of its location and the characteristics of the surrounding development. To summarise, the development of this site in the manner proposed has already been found to be acceptable in most respects. The development as proposed is suitably designed with no adverse heritage impact, and we are also pleased to note that your highways, trees, drainage and ecology officers raised no objections to the proposals. We have therefore satisfied all of the technical requirements of the application. I would also point out that the general absence of objection to this application from residents, with only 1 comment submitted. In terms of the parish comments, following their comments, we provided further information on drainage, and your drainage officers are now satisfied with the proposals, subject to conditions to which the applicants have already agreed. I therefore commend the proposals to you and would ask that you grant planning permission. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Please can I ask Rachel Rowe to speak on behalf of Oakwood Fitzpaine Parish Council. I'll give you a 30 seconds heads up towards the end of the 3 minutes.
Thank you. So this is on behalf of Oakwood Fitzpaine Parish Council. The last time that we generally opposed for, although there are some really interesting designs within the development, generally Oakwood Fitzpaine Parish Council has opposed this. development for the following reasons. And in addition to that, the last time I looked at phase one of this site, the construction has actually been suspended because of the instability with costs within the construction industry. So when exactly are any of these houses going to materialise, which we so urgently needs in North Dorset? Secondly, this development will breach the settlement boundary in Oakwood Fitzpaine and therefore impact wildlife and set a precedent for development in the open countryside. Cars from this development will exit via Lower Street. We remain very concerned that there will be visibility issues exiting the Playdales estate because cars park outside existing homes and outside the rural oak, particularly at busy times. In addition, Lower Street is not fitted in winter. A play park is close to the new estate of Bowie, and there are concerns children may not be seen due to poor visibility from the junction. The cumulative effect of vehicles from additional developments in Oakwood Fitzpaine will exacerbate this issue as it's a car-dependent village. There is significant pressure on parking in the village centre, with people parking on the street. This will add to the difficulties with visibility at the proposed Playdales junction. Oakwood Fitzpaine is off the main transport route, the A357, and therefore less connected to facilities. It is a car-dependent village as public transport is sparse and there are no clear plans to increase services. In addition to the above concerns about visibility at junctions, the cumulative impact of more car journeys will affect exits from the village at New Cross and Shillingston Lane, potentially resulting in congestion at peak hours. Oakwood Fitzpaine has seen and is experiencing significant growth in housing in the last 20 years. We are told that all this housing will support local services and facilities and make the village more sustainable, but this simply has not happened, and there is no evidence that shows it will happen. Despite an increase in housing, supporting infrastructure has deteriorated. Examples include loss of major employment facilities with the closure of the Sender poultry farm and processing plant and also the Wessex Park caravan site. This has been replaced by housing with no further work-based opportunities. Closure of the primary school in 2023. As a consequence, there is no preschool provision or childcare options.
30 seconds.
Loss of employment opportunity. Loss of the visiting GP surgery. No or low quality pavements restricting access for people in wheelchairs, and old and outdated electricity cables, which has resulted in Oakwood Fitzpaine experiencing frequent power cuts on a weekly basis for some people, and also loss of the weekend bus service. Very poor public transport, which is not commensurate with people wanting to get to work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any salient points you'd like to come back with, Kirsten and Hannah?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the highway access, that has permission for the first phase. So in terms of the settlement boundary being breached here, what's been termed phase one, which you can see greyed out on this, is outside of the settlement boundary already. So this development would attach to that will be a further extension of the village, but it's not the case that there's been no development in this area. So because you want to look at it in that context. In terms of the access, that's been assessed and is seen to be an improvement in terms of visibility and sufficient to serve both phases of the development. If people are parking inappropriately, then there's measures to be able to stop people parking in inappropriate locations, and each dwelling is afforded sufficient parking, so it wouldn't make any existing problem, which this development can't solve, any worse.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jespers.
Thank you, Mr. I'll take this from away. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Sherry Jesperson, Hillport and Upper Tarrants Ward. I've got a couple of questions. One really straightforward one, and then some questions about the affordable housing, if I may. It's not really a question; it's a comment. It's just that you're presenting this as almost infill and an extension of the village. I think that's debatable, given that 2/3 of the boundary of this is actually open fields. it's only a very small bit of this development site that is actually butting up against existing development. So I think that it's arguable whether or not this is actually a nice, comfortable space that's just extending the village naturally. But I might come back to that point later. My really straightforward question is, because we've heard about this in the past, the translocation of the hedgerow. Have you any information about what's the success rate in 5 years and 10 years of hedgerows that get translocated? Because here on the planning committee, we have in the past been presented with that and agreed to it. What we're never told is how much of that hedgerow survives. And as a gardener, trying to keep things alive in these very hot summers, I would be interested to know what the success rate is of translocating hedgerows. I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't very high. That's my first question.
Thank you, Sharon. I don't have the success rates of translocation or anything as I can give you, but what I can tell you is that it's conditioned, and if it's carried out properly, it will be successful. If it isn't, for any reason, then we'd have to plant a new hedgerow. But the benefits of the scheme of the translocation to have the established hedgerow already. There's always a risk with things, but the methodology, if it's done properly, and of course with the conditions that are set out, it should be done right. I can't give you an exact success rate. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. No, that wasn't probably not a fair question, but it's just that our experience in late years of landscaping taking and holding is discouraging. So that's just a comment on that. Some questions then about the affordable housing mix, or the location of the affordable housing. You've described the layout of it there as because to me that doesn't look like proper pepper potting. They are in a cluster. What I would be interested to know is, how does that cluster of affordable housing relate to the affordable housing that's on the previous development? Are they in this a similar part of the development?
I can confirm that the ones that sat on the street here, opposite previous incentive phase one, these so these are not affordable homes here. I think there are some further down the street. These are market homes here, opposite directly. So these do sit on the street with a mixture of affordable and market homes. Equally, these ones sit on the estate road, and these here are all market homes. So whilst they look to be, and certainly these are, there's two here and two here, which are effectively cluster, and terrace 3, but they are both opposite market homes. So it's slightly confusing how they appear on plans when they're on place, but they do sit opposite market.
That's helpful and reassuring. That's what I want to hear. Thank you. Can I just ask then, the designs of the affordable house, they appear not to have chimneys when the market housing do have chimneys. Did I see that right? Because you said they're tenure blind, but they're not really going to be tenure blind if they're designed to a less detailed and attractive spec. So can we see, do they have chimneys? You see, no chimneys. So I would say that's not tenure blind. In other words, when you're wandering around there, you should not be able to tell which are affordable and which are market houses. And I think from this design, you probably could. So I don't think that meets our
Thank you, Chair. The nature of the unit is a different unit to the one shown here. Bungalows don't have chimneys on it.
No.
Small units don't. If it was considered to be a significant issue, we could look at a petition for a scheme to show position of chimneys on the smaller units, if that was really required to make the application acceptable overall.
I would like to leave that on the table, please, because I think by and large we do require affordable housing to be indistinguishable. And so therefore if there's any way we can do that, that would be helpful, but I'll just leave that on the table. Still on the subject of the affordable. So, it's not clear to me, where will their bins be collected from? Because you said that the big lorry would just sweep down the main.
It would be curbside collection for the majority of units, because
Right.
the bin truck can get throughout the whole of the site. There will be a few dwellings where they have to haul them to the carriageway, but we're not talking about long distances.
No. And there's no difference between, and are you saying that there's no difference between where the affordable bins have to go than the market bins? No, okay, that's all my questions on that for now. I might come back with more later. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rideout, please.
Thank you, Chair. Linda Rideout, Billingham Ward. Few questions. I think you've already answered the first one, Kirsty. It's about the attenuation pond. It's going to be a graded pond for safety reasons. That's great. Now, looking at the access, that's quite a long access up to the road in the conservation area. That's going to be a proper road, constructed proper road, I take it. And also, will there be a footway, or have I missed that? Will there be a footway along that road for any pedestrians, just for safety reasons, really? And
Talked about.
Another question. Oh, if you could point out the bungalows on the site, please. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it is a proper road, and it's been assessed by our highways team as in terms of being safe, and they have no objections to it on safety grounds at all. There is a dedicated footway, so there's a footway running alongside the entrance road from Lower Street along here.
Right.
You then have a footway that goes into these houses on this side. And on the other side of the road, there's a dedicated footway that runs along the front of these homes here, and the front of this home here. Beyond that, there's a shared surface which takes you into the bottom half of the site in both locations. The third picture was bungalows, and they are the larger properties down here with the grey roofs.
What's that? Oh. Thank you.
Councillor Pothegary. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Pothegary, Gillingham. Belinda asked my question about the pavement. You did mention in your presentation that cats have been asked, or somebody had been asked to amend because there was no pavement. You didn't say whether it was now the whole length of, or should we say both the bend. So that's good to hear. What I'm concerned about, actually, and this goes back to planning application that we considered some time ago now, is schools, primary schools and preschools. One's presuming, and I don't know why one should presume, that if we've got affordable homes, we're going to have young children. I don't know why I presume that, but I do. And I seem to remember that there was a problem with them attending a school in the village, and that they had to go somewhere else. And perhaps the lady that spoke on behalf of Oakville Parish Council could answer this question for us. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. So there was a primary school in the village, but that's closed, and permission's been granted for that to be away, so that's not going to be open.
No.
The nearby village of Shinstone has a significant primary school, and children will be able to access education either there or in the surrounding village schools there. So there is provision provided, just not in the village itself. And in terms of sustainability, it has other aspects. And in terms of the safety strategy, it's well within the levels of services where growth can be allowed. the previous inspector noted that there was a range of facilities, and there's a bus service as a village. So on the appeal, when the inspector considered it, they considered it was that this site in particular was an acceptable site. The other site that was considered was in a completely different location in the village. It was further from the centre. So it's really important to note that each application has to be treated as merits.
Yes.
The location of this scheme is very different from the other scheme when we're considering it, just to give some reassurance there on that, but because you're correct, we did consider an application much further to the north of the village, which was refused. This site has been to appeal and inspectors commented on the sustainability aspects, and you can see it is in a better location to the play area, public house, post office, church, and school. So there's less need to walk along pavements and or roads with no pavement on.
Certainly amenities, yes. But it was just, I remembered the conversations we've had about access to primary school, and I thought, crikey, you know, if kids don't have a reasonable access to a local primary school, that's setting them up in difficulty to begin with, especially, you know, one hopes that parents don't all have cars.
They're going to need a car.
So what we'd hope is that, you know, it's within pushing the pushchair distance. Really. Anyway, I think that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brenton, please.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Councillor Brenton, Bishop Martin. In terms of questions, can we go back to the map showing the buildings and was it number 18? Like that. Looking at it, no, this is yeah. There's a play area up to the north and the side. Is there footpath access in from this site? And also at the bottom there, right hand corner, there's a bit of a sort of dog-legged green down to the field boundary. Yes. Is there a footpath out there that joins onto the back of the other estate that was recently built? I'm thinking in terms of connectivity around the village, so you don't necessarily all have to go up to Lower Street and walk along, but you can pop across to see friends in the other housing estate, or pop over to the playground without your parents having to wonder where you've got to. And looking at that map again, it's a bit of a convoluted sort of layout. So if, heaven forbid, I was a 10-year-old child on a bike, I would whiz down the middle there, and then I go down and there's a bit of a turnaround, and then you could go back again and up to the top and turn around and come back. There's no circularity. So it doesn't feel as friendly as it might do. And at the same time, you've got houses right at the bottom of the site who would feel, and one of them apparently is a bungalow, feel quite detached from the rest of the estate, if you know what I mean. I'm not sure about the layout. When you say the service vehicles, like the bin lorries, can come down to those bottom properties, they've then got to do a 3-point turn and then go back up again. It would seem so much simpler if they had a bit of circularity and could get round to the other track again. I'm just thinking in terms of using the usability of the site in future, in that people do like a circular dog walk, kids like a circular cycle route, and bin lorries like to not have to do 3-point turns all the time. So I've got, have you got any comments on that? The actual question was coming down to always my beef. Who's going to manage the open areas and the attenuation pond and these permeable driveways?
Mm-hmm.
Is there going to be a management committee which is going to charge them management fees?
Mm-hmm.
Or is the parish council got sufficient money to look after it? And if they have got sufficient money to look after it, are they going to raise that from the precept? or hasn't it been talked through yet? Or are they hoping that Dorset Council will give them a bung to look after it for the next 30 years? Because that ain't going to happen either. So what's the plan for long-term management of the areas that don't quite belong to a property?
Thank you, Chair. The management arrangements will be set out in Section 106 agreement. We always aim to get a cascade so it can be offered to the parish or town council or ourselves in the first instance, and then to a management company. So that would be what's set out. So there's an option for the parish council to take on the space if they wanted to. We cannot insist on that arrangement, but that's what we aim to do. But either way, there will be management in place that ensures that open space is provided. On their connectivity, it's laid out so that it's accessible. There's pavements, as Kirsten's identified, throughout the site. There's good pedestrian permeability through the site and the pavements and also through the open space. There isn't enough room on this layout to provide a circular route. One's not required to provide an adequate layout, and we can't at this point redesign it. We have to assess what's before us today.
Oh, sorry, I haven't turned off. Can I, as a continuation of that, the attenuation pond, where does it drain to in the end and who's responsible for that? And what's the fall from the attenuation pond? I mean, obviously it's supposed to percolate in, but at the same time, there's always a bit of an overflow. Who's going to manage that? And whose responsibility is it? Does it go off onto private land, in which case other permissions?
So as you can see on the strange pan, there is an outflow to the watercourse here. The rest of the subsection.
So the water would be attenuated and the subdrainage arrangement would ensure that there's no greater runoff than the greenfield runoff rate. And this has been looked at by the lead local flood authority to ensure that it works as a drainage strategy. And there'd be a pre-commencement condition that requires all the fine details of that. But as a strategy, they're happy that this provides sufficient. And this was an issue with the appeal site that it wasn't properly shown. One of the reasons that that has now been overcome through this this arrangement.
Sorry to be a pest, but do we have a sort of topographical survey of this site and see what falls up? Something with the contours written on. Yeah.
So this drawing does have levels on it, graphical levels, but we just can't zoom into it. So you can't show you.
I can't see.
But it's relatively flat, this site.
Okay, is that all right, Councillor Brenton? Do you want to come back or? Okay,
Fine at the moment, thank you.
oh, not at the moment. Okay, thank you. Councillor Mercer, please go ahead.
Thank you. Alex, I'm disappointed. You normally ask how deep the pond is.
No, I asked for the gradient.
could I just come back to some of the points made by the planning inspector, and also the application you were trying to think about, Val, was 78 houses on Castle Lane, which we talked about at the last application. If I could just go to that point, not that these houses shouldn't be isolated in the countryside. Oakford Fitzpaine has a church, has a village hall, it has a play area, it has a pub and a garage. I would argue that you don't go to those every day. Some people might go to the pub every day, so apologies for them. But you would go to school every day. You might go to the doctors quite frequently, or you would certainly go to work every day. Oakford Fitzpaine has none of those. It has no school, it has no doctors, and it has minimal employment. So I would argue that this is an isolated settlement in the countryside. The parish council has, in the local plan consultation, challenged its tier 3 status. They even asked their MP to get involved in that. And the response they got quite rightly was that reviewing of those settlement statuses was part of the local plan consultation, and it will be part of a much wider process. But I do challenge, and this is what we were concerned about last time, was that actually for this, anybody living in this village would not look inwards for the facilities that it needed. It would have to look outwards. And this is a lovely place to live, but it is a dormitory village. It is not a sustainable, community. And I'd like to ask how the officers can justify that it is a sustainable community, where the things that you need day to day, you have to travel to. You can't access them within your village.
And would you like to come back on that, Kristen?
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, we have to assess this on the current strategy other than any future strategy. And I'd just like to reiterate what the inspector said and the appeal, quoting from his report: the properties would not be isolated homes in the countryside in the context of the framework given proximity to existing properties and phase 1. Furthermore, Oakford Fitzpaine is identified as one of the larger villages in the local plan, and the appeal site would lead on from the adjacent one. He also stated that while not having education or health facilities, there are some services and facilities in the village that are only relatively short distance from the appeal site. And yeah, that's probably about some of the chart.
Steve. Okay, thank you. Do you want to come back on that?
I'll defer to Councillor Jesperson.
Oh, yeah, she's up to speak now. Well, Councillor Jesperson.
I was been here for hours. I was going to wax a little bit philosophical here and say, at some point, we're going to have to address this question of what is and is not a larger village. A larger village was a definition put in the North Dorset local plan in 2026 on the basis of, in 2015-16, on the basis of the facilities that were in those villages at that time. Yeah. That's more than 10 years ago, and some of those villages, not all of them, are very, very different. And I don't think going forward, given that we've all been sitting on this one because the new local plan was going to address all of this, and that was the opportunity when we would look again and see which were going to be what we're going forward going to be calling sustainable villages, because they're not larger villages because they're larger. They're larger villages because they had facilities in them, and now some of them don't. I don't think it's reasonable to just keep saying it's defined 10 years ago as a larger village. It had facilities, and therefore we can keep putting more and more housing there. Because if Oakford Fitzbane had looked then as it does now, it never would have been put in that tier 3 category, because there is nothing there. And that goes for 2 or 3, not all, 2 or 3 of the villages. Some of them have now got even more facilities than they had 10 years ago, but some have got very much less. So I'm not sure that's a debate for today, but at some point we're going to have to grasp this, because this can't just be kicked into the long grass until we have the next local plan, which is not going to be for quite a number of years. And we're going to be continuing to using a very out-of-date argument to justify putting car-dependent settlements in what are now car-dependent villages. I mean, I absolutely agree with the point that Councillor must make, that this is not a sustainable village anymore. And you know, it seems to me that we are building here this one with the one that's previously there, quite a considerable settlement that's going to be wholly car dependent. And I don't think that's in line with our sustainability policies, because okay, they can go to the play area on foot, and they can go to the pub, and they can go to church, but you know, and the garage is excellent. I used to have my car service there, but you only need that once every MOT. So, but for everything else, these residents are going to have to get into their cars. And I just don't think that meets our definition. It's not in the spirit, even if it's in the letter, of what Dorset Council means when it talks about a sustainable community. It's flying right in the face of everything else we're trying to do about reducing our carbon footprint and everything else. So you know, I'm just add to that the fact that I actually don't think that it's subjective, of course, but I look at that just space, and it doesn't look to me like it's on the edge of the village, because 3/4 of it is bounded by green fields. So I mean, you know, I don't know that I've got grounds to suggest that the principle of this application is not acceptable. I don't know if I'm quite there yet, but I have to say I'm quite close, because we're in danger of making a mistake here that the residents of Oakford Fitzbane have to live with. And I don't think we're building a sustainable community there. Sorry, that was a bit policy heavy, but
as lovely as it is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We can't make decisions based on what future policy might say, so just be careful around that, because we can't actually to emerging policy. It doesn't have enough.
I get that, no, and it's not even emerging, is it?
Sorry.
And it's not emerging anytime soon. That's exactly my point.
So in terms of the settlement hierarchy, all the settlements that were going to be either larger towns or countryside, the villages, were ranked in order. The level of requirement for it being included was relatively low. So if you look at the criteria, it would still be included as a larger village. We're talking about larger villages in the context of a rural type area, and not every larger village has a primary school. Some villages work in tandem with each other. They have a village school in one village, not in the other village. They may have a pub in one village, but not in the other village. And that's recognised in the NQPS. So I think we need to be very clear that we don't try to rework the spatial strategy through this single planning decision, particularly in view of the fact we've had an independent planning inspector look at this application against our proposed policies and conclude it's not unsustainable. You know, that's a really key material consideration here, which is different from the other side, which has a different relationship to the village. So I completely understand the concerns and that they consider that it shouldn't be included as a location sustainable. We have to look at the strategy we have at the moment, the material consideration of the inspector's report, and if we're moving away from that, what new evidence do we have to say this site is not unsustainable? In terms of landscape character, that was not raised previously at appeal. It does have sides that are on the open countryside, so it's extension to the village if you take the phase one into account, but it is edge of the settlement. It does have impacts, but they've been thoroughly assessed in the report and at the previous appeal. It's sufficient distance from the national landscape to have no value, some impact, sorry, and there's no quantifiable harm in terms of visual landscaping impact that you can cite in terms of character here. It's a very different site in terms of its visibility compared to the other site. And that's what we can advise in terms of the strategy. And I completely understand the concerns that parish council, but it's really engaging through the new plan process or the neighbourhood planning route to inform that future policy rather than looking at it now. We obviously have to look like the inspector did. Section is changing at the time. Some stores have closed, some pubs have closed, and we do have to look at that case by case. This has been looked at here in relation to this site, with the inspector concluding that it was not an unsustainable location. So the mere fact it has the store has closed is not ideal, but I think it would be difficult to refuse it on that at one point in this instance.
Yes, thank you. That's a very helpful explanation. I mean, we are where we are, aren't we? I guess. Thank you, Hannah. That's that's the position we're in. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Mercer.
Sorry to come back on the point. Hannah, you said that we cannot prejudge it. I'm afraid I think you did prejudge it because you said it would still be a tier 3 settlement, but we don't know that yet. Its proximity point, it is still in the same village as Castle Lake. So to say, that end of the village doesn't have a doctor's surgery, a school and employment, it's the same community. So I don't think it's beyond reasonable doubt to compare and contrast developments. And equally, planning is not a science, is it? And we can take a different view as a committee from a planning inspector on how we see a community and its sustainability.
Yeah.
I'll shut up now.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Sorry for any confusion. I wasn't talking about the immersion policy when I said it would still be a sustainable location for growth. I was talking about the existing strategy that we need to consider this application across in terms of its ranking. Because I was talking about facilities that closed, it's now sustainable. I was talking about the criteria under our current policy, not what might happen in the future, because I completely agree we can't prejudge what might have emerged, what status this settlement might have going forward. That has to go to consultation and through the full process of the local plan. I was talking about the strategy we have now and the changes that have happened to the village in terms of the reductions in services. Would it still be classified now if we were looking at the plan at this point in time? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Would you like to come back on that?
I'm fine.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brenton.
Obviously talking too much, but when we were discussing the other application at Castle Lane, one issue that weighed heavily with me, and I'm not sure about the rest of the community, was the housing mix. And I seem to remember there were no bungalows or anything on that one. This is more of a mixed menu of properties. And speaking as somebody who lives in a very rural village that doesn't have a school or anything inside, we have a pub. And in a village that's really small, your facilities are actually your people. And to a large extent, you want to hang on to the people we've got. And there are a lot of people in nice 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom family houses that would love to downsize, but do not want to go to town. They want to stay in their patch. And in that case, smaller properties, bungalows, etc., are very popular. They sell very fast compared with other properties. And it does free up a family home. So I think that the mix on this proposition is much better and more acceptable and more likely to fit into a village rather than a much larger you know, all but, well, I know they said they were affordable homes, but there was very much, they were larger, same sort of standard. I don't think that the housing styles are particularly exciting, but at least there is a bit of a range there. Whereas some of the plans we've seen have been absolutely standard, which doesn't fit well into a village situation. I mean, Oakland Fitzpatrick has a lot of different sorts of properties, some of them beautiful, some of them a bit, but, you know, at least there's a mix. And a mix of properties, size, etc., does mean that a range of different people can still live there. And the people are the facilities in small villages. Once you start losing your parish councillors and the people who run the village hall and the people who run the PCC and things like that, that's when the village dies. So in order to be sustainable, you could argue that a good range of housing types is what you need. Just thought.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rideout. Sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. Belinda Ryder, filling on board. And listening to everything that's been said. At appeal, I think one of the main reasons was to do with the housing mix, wasn't it? And then that has now been addressed. And looking at it on the face of it, compared to the previous application we've just been looking at, this is much more an edge of settlement application in my mind. And I like the mix with the bungalows. It is a little square with a long edge north to south, but on the base of it, I think it's quite a good layout. There's some nice pedestrian links all through it. So it's small scale, I think would be seen in context with the edge of built form, and reasonably sustainable for pedestrians. There's some facilities within Oakland Fitzpatrick, which is one of the larger villages, as we've already heard. So I think there's been amendments to the layout, the footways, the pavements and the main carriageway and the housing mix. So I think the applicant has actually sort of really sorted this application to the best we can, and
yeah,
I'm quite happy to approve it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rideout. We have a proposal to accept the proposal of the application, which is to approve planning consent from Councillor Rideout. Any more comments? Councillor Brenton.
If it is appropriate time, I would second them.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think we need to see whether or not there are any other questions.
Yeah.
It looks to me like we do have a proposer and a seconder, which is to approve this application. Are we all ready to go to the vote?
Yeah.
I think we are. So all those in favour, please raise their hands. Six in favour. Those against? One against. So therefore that application has been approved. That is P/FUL/2025/05229 for permission to erect 19 dwellings and an amenity space at Playhouse Farm, Lower Street, Oakford Fitzpatrick. Thank you for that. We now go on to the next application, which is number E/MPO/2026/01652. It's a change of a section 106 legal agreement for land that's south of Gillingham at Shaftesbury Road. Again, this is to be presented by Kirsten. And by the way, there are no speakers for this application.
Thank you, Chair. This application, this is modifying section 106 deed derogation on Gillingham and Farm site to second available to remove rules to permit and national to which reads no more than 30%, the intermediate units shall be discount market units. The site spans the planning history, and the site currently has outline consent for the whole of the site, which is split into 5 phases. We've got 3 reserved matters consents for phases 1 to 3, and 1 variation condition on the phase. So just as a reminder, I know you've probably seen this before, the site is located south of Gillingham on land known as Ham Farm and is allocated in the north of the Dorset local plan as the Gillingham Southern Extension. As I mentioned before, it's split into 5 phases. On this plan, you can see how many dwellings have been approved on each phase. So phases that have reserved matters consent are in green. So the orange one here has consent for 34 dwellings at reserved matters to the north of the principal street, which runs through it, and to the south of the principal street, it's got 108 dwellings approved. Phase 2 in the red has approval for 280 dwellings, and phase 3 in green has reserved matters approval for 155 dwellings. The yellow is phase 4, which has outline consent up to 245 dwellings, and that we haven't had a reserved matters application come forward for this one yet. In phase 5, which is the purple at the beginning, at the entrance to the site, again has outline consent up to 116 dwellings, including a local centre, and we haven't yet had a reserved matters come forward for that phase. So the Section 106 agreement on the outline consent obliges the provision of 25% affordable homes across the whole development, with a tender split 50-50 between affordable rent and intermediate units, which are essentially shared ownership, defined as shared ownership. So the proposals are in line currently with this agreement. The 25% quantum was set out in Policy 8 of the North Dorset Local Plan with the strategic site allocation in Gillingham, and it's supported by the Gillingham Neighbourhood Plan. While some places provide less than the required 25% figure, it's accepted that 25% will be made up across the wider outline site. And you can see on the slide just how many affordable we've got consented on the reserved matters. So phase 1 has 13% affordable, phase 2 has 35%, so it's overriding on 25%, making up for lower percentages on the phases. Phase 3 has 20%, and overall, on average, with the consented schemes to date, there's 26% affordable homes across what's being consented at reserved matters. Just for a bit more information about what we have as reserved matters today. This is the phase 1 for provision, which is being delivered as 15 discount market units. And you can see those in blue. This is the phase 2 consented scheme, and there's 100 affordable homes, 50 of which are affordable rent, and 50 of which are shared ownership. This is the consented phase 3 affordable housing layout, currently consented to provide 22 affordable rented units and 9 shared ownership. In October 2025, the applicant sought offers from from 13 registered providers who have existing affordable housing stock. Dorset Council Housing Enabling requested a further 2 providers were approached in November 2025. To summarise the responses, 1 made an offer, but it wasn't commercially viable. In terms of a bit more information about the offer level, was at less than the cost to build, and the deposit amount was below acceptable terms. So 9 providers confirmed they did not be interested in the opportunity for reasons set out here, and 5 didn't respond. The applicant contacted the remaining registered providers several times for a response, but they have not yet received a reply. As a result of this, no viable offers for the affordable housing for phase 3 of the site, the applicant is seeking to modify the section 106 to remove clause 2.8 under schedule 2, which reads no more than 30% of the intermediate units shall be discount market units. If approved, this change would enable the applicant to change any number of the intermediate units to discount market. So there's already allowance to change up to 30% of them. It just means that that cap is removed. So it means up to 100% of the shared ownership or intermediate units could potentially be delivered as discount market. Worth just reminding ourselves that the intermediate units are only 50% of the total affordable provision on the site, and the remaining 50% would still need to be provided as affordable rent through a registered provider. So if all of the affordable provision in phase 3 became discount market units, that would result in a consented delivery total of 46 discount market units, 50 shared ownership, and 50 affordable rent across the current site that's got reserve matters, which means that the phases still to come forward would need to deliver a greater proportion of affordable rented units to meet the 50-50 split across the total provision.
Not going to do that, are they?
So to understand why this has happened, it's worth noting the current wider registered provider sector conditions. There's a current lack of interest in affordable housing being delivered via Section 106 agreements, and it's been ongoing for many months with no signs of easing. It's a nationwide issue that has been seen across the country. So registered providers either have a full programme, are focusing on their home sinking grant funding programme, or are pausing development activity to focus spending on other priorities. Potential solutions are being discussed by the relevant bodies, but solutions have not yet been established and implemented. This led to the government issuing advice on this particular issue in January 2026 on how to unlock uncontracted Section 106 homes and ensure they are available to families that need them. This advice encourages local planning authorities to take advantage of existing planning flexibilities to renegotiate Section 106 agreements and allow the tenure of homes seeking discount market tenures in the first instance, and aiming to confirm their decisions as quickly as possible. So we've consulted Dorset Council's housing enabling team, and they're in support of this modification, as the overall amount of affordable housing delivered across the whole site will not be affected by the change. They're happy that a robust and thorough approach has been taken to identify and approach all potentially suitable registered providers, including providing adequate opportunities for engagement. They agree that the responses received are reflective of market conditions and pressures across the country, and that this change would enable the delivery of the most amount of affordable housing that is realistically achievable on this site, considering the market conditions. It's worth noting that discount market units are an acceptable alternative to intermediate units, as they fall within the definition of affordable housing and are expressly identified as such in the Section 106. It's also worth noting that phase 2 is delivering on affordable homes, which are being built out by a registered provider. So by its nature, it would be subject to these same conditions, and the affordable housing provision is more guaranteed on that site. Certainly the affordable rent and shared ownership. So in summary, the proposed deed of variation may potentially result in a reduction in the number of shared ownership units provided. However, the overall amount of affordable housing delivered across the site would not be affected. Discount market units are considered an acceptable alternative. Market conditions, broad pressures within the registered provider sector resulting in repeated occurrence of this scenario across the country, prompting the government advice legislation into. And there are no material considerations which would warrant the refusal of this application. So the recommendation is to grant the proposed modification of the section 106 agreement dated 3rd of September.
Thank you, Kirsten. Do we have any questions? Councillor Pothegary.
Thank you. To be honest, that was all a bit of a blur. I was trying to keep up, but what I want to know in basic terms, if we vote for this, will it load another developer with the responsibility of having to deliver more portals? That makes sense. Oh, good.
Thank you, Chair. It wrote, the requirement will stay the same, but in order to meet the 50-50 split, the proportion of affordable rent would be increased. But you just can't, you don't know what's looking forward. One of those sites might be forward with 100% affordable rent, and we live completely incomplete by their registered provider. We just don't know what's going to come forward. But that requirement is secured in section 106, so it means that they would need to meet overall that 50-50, but it doesn't increase or decrease the overall affordable requirement.
May I come back at that?
Yes.
Yes, I understand the overall numbers, but if one of them wants to fill the books and get a more preferential deal, what I want to know is, does that some other developer that's already agreed to do this or that as their responsibility in the big picture? I don't know if I'm explaining myself very well. Are they then liable to have to increase their numbers to, should we say, break even? And if that is the case, that doesn't seem very fair to me. That one developer should have preferential treatment and load the responsibility of making up the shortfall to another developer.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. At the moment, there's one developer taking this forward. So it was Redrow, and now it's Barrett Redrow taking forward the site as we understand it. The actual proportion where it has been more affordable is the actual phase for places for people, which has a higher percentage of affordable. So this in its own right doesn't mean that a particular phase has to have a high burden of affordable. Okay. It does mean the more we have to across the site have 50% of the affordable housing as rented. So if one phase came forward with predominantly discount market units, it might mean that one phase has to have more potentially more rented units, but that could be a beneficial thing if an RP wanted to have more rented units. So yeah, I think this person said we can't be sure. I don't know if Chris, we've got a senior housing enabling officer here, wanted to come in at all, Chair. To say anything. Sure. Thank you for the participation.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so they'll just look at it on a case by case basis. As they said, it's one developer, so they have to make it work throughout the whole scheme.
Yes. So there is a risk then, isn't there, that one hapless developer that thought they knew what they were doing, it might have to change what they actually build because of circumstances beyond their control.
It is one developer though, doing all the schemes. It's one developer.
Oh,
yeah. Places for People. Yeah, well, Places for People is a registered provider.
Yes.
Who's done a deal with the developer to bring forward the site with more affordable on it.
Okay.
I can show you.
Okay, because I thought the developers were actually different companies.
Not for this.
I don't mean this site necessarily.
No,
I'm talking about the whole site. I thought
the whole site was originally Redrow housing, and now the whole site is Barrett Redrow because the company's changed and merged. So there is a Fry site on the other side
exactly.
of the road, but this is completely not connected to that. That's the opposite side of the road. That's part farm development. Yeah, it's nothing to do with what we're considering here. So
okay. So when we talk about the southern extension, we don't include any of the Fry stuff.
It's part of the southern extension. So this is an element of approximately, it's hopefully on there, 961 dwellings. The park farm development is an extra 600 odd dwellings roughly. And that's a different development parcel and not for consideration today.
No. Sorry, I did know that bit, but I thought the whole lot was Southern Extension, which is true, isn't it?
Yes,
Okay,
it is, yeah.
thank you, I'll shut up.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rideout.
Chairman, Linda Rideout, Gillingham Ward. I find this situation with the registered providers very unfortunate, and we're trying to get social housing for our residents. I'm also find it concerning that some of the units were, they found some of the units are not up to housing providers spec sizes or the NDSS standards or homes standards, which is something maybe we need to be looking at in the future. Anyway, Kirsty, can you just confirm these discounted market units? Will they be held in perpetuity, please? And I could answer that one first.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the discount market units are held in perpetuity, so if they're sold, they will see the same discount rate to another eligible buyer, which ensures they remain affordable for future generations.
That's another question, Chairman. Thank you. So on this phase in particular, the intermediate units, then they could be delivered as DMUs. So we could have up to 31 maybe on this site, possibly. So we're not allowed to like factor in a minimum so that we're safe. Is that not possible? Just to make sure that we get enough of these DMUs on the site as a whole. And how do these DMUs compare to the affordable rent and intermediate units? I mean, what's the positives of these DMUs, please?
So they are obliged to provide 31 affordable units on this site, and because of the situation with the registered providers, and they haven't got any offers, they would be proposing to provide all 31 as discount market units because they haven't got another option, effectively. Yeah, and they're obliged to provide that number. So yeah, but I don't think it's necessary to put in a minimum amount because there is a number there already obliged to provide. In terms of positive, shared ownership can be subject to a staircasing, and we might come in here, staircasing or Chris actually. Yeah.
Okay. So with shared ownership, they can buy a percentage and they rent a percentage, and then they can staircase out, which means they buy more percentages till it's 100% their property, and they can then sell it, and it's not affordable house anymore. With a discount market unit, they on this site, the 106, they say get a 30% discount of the open market value, and every time they sell it on, they have to come to us with 2 valuations. We agree. They work like we then agree the 30% discount, and they have to sell it every time the same way. And that's in the section 106 agreement as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jesperson.
Yes, thank you very much, Sarah Jesperson, Hillfoots and Upper Towns Ward. I think as elected members, we all know the very difficult market conditions in which our affordable providers are working. Their business model has become harder and harder recently. I think that we can be satisfied from what we read here that every effort has been made to find an affordable provider, and it isn't a surprise to us members that none has been able to be found at this point, because this isn't the first time we've heard this. I think we can be satisfied from what we hear from our own housing enabling team that they're happy with what's being proposed here. It's not the same as it was before, but it's not significantly more detrimental. My own view is that our absolute priority here should be to get these houses built and get them out into the marketplace so that they can house somebody. Our local families are desperately in need of these homes, and I don't think we should be letting the best, letting perfection rule out the best. I think that what's proposed here is a sensible outcome, that a lot of work's gone into making sure that it's robust, and I would like to propose that we support this application.
Okay, Councillor Rideout.
Thank you, Chair. I'd be happy to second that proposal.
Okay, let's just get some clarity. So Councillor Jesperson has made a proposal that we accept the proposition.
Yep.
That we approve planning consent for this section 106 change, and Councillor Rideout has seconded it. Are there any more comments or questions? Yes, Councillor Wood, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Carl Wood, Gillingham Ward. Well, initially, I do agree with Sherry on this one. We talk about how much we need affordable housing all over. So it's good to have someone putting in the effort to actually provide it. And when they can't provide it the way that we want them to, at least come up with an alternative. That seems quite reasonable to me. But I would also like to echo what Councillor Rideout said about the houses that didn't meet the standard. And that should be something we look into going forward to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? I therefore think we can go to the vote. So all of those in favour, put your hands up. That's everyone in favour, unanimous. So thank you for that. The decision has been made to approve the application number P/2026/01652 for change of our section 106 legal agreement for land south of Gillingham at Shaftesbury Road, Gillingham. Urgent items, we don't have any. Exempt business, we do not have any. So at 14:33, I'm going to close the